Hello, guys. How's everyone doing? Welcome, welcome. How are we all? Let me get some music going. Let me make sure the microphone's up. Is it good? Oh, I suspect this is out of date. I suspect that is out of date. Let's crank some music. How are the volume levels? That's looking okay. And where is chat? Still not updating? Yeah, of course. So many chatty people in the chat that I'm not seeing here, so we're going to reset that. We're going to reset. I need to fix that. This is why we're not production ready with these things. Micro! Thank you for the 10 bits. Look at those biddies. You getting those biddies dancing. What the hell is that Squidward looking thing doing? Is that sexy Squidward? Doing a dance? Hold on. Let's reset this. Is our microphone chatty stuffy working? All right, hold on. We're going to reconnect. Stop and start. Listening. Connection offline, of course. We just reset it, so of course. And here it goes. Excusez-moi. Excusez-moi. Well, of course you like this track, Micro. This is the playlist you linked us yesterday. Hello, Tim Tams. You are indeed the first. Well done. Hello, Katie. Hello, Collector. Goldie. A pleasure as always. I thought this man was having a good time at the Star Wars. I was. I did. I have a great time at the Star Wars. The Star Wars was fantastic. A night off is a good thing. Yeah, but we got a game to make, Goldie. We got a game to make. Stream addict. Hashtag no sleep. Hey, I got plenty of sleep. Let's see. Yep, beats, music, dancing. Katie is here. Who else have we got? Chubby Puppy Bear, hello. And it's all refreshing. Will it come back online? It will. Hold on. Any minute now. Any minute. And then we can get into it. So many legends in chat. Hell yes. Hell yes. Oh, I see listening, which means we're connected. And that means these are coming back any minute. Let's see how delayed it is. I give it like 15 seconds max. We need to make it faster. There's 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Boom. We need to stop needing a restart to get chat working. We should put a little bit of time and effort into that, into getting that going again. But how's everyone? It's cold here, man. I'm happy I got my warm coffee. My hands are cold. I got my jumper on. I got my Oculus start thingy. That was when Oculus was starting, and these days it's just stopped. It's just stopped. No meta stuff's happening. Nobody's excited about it anymore. Those were the days when I was optimistic and bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. All right, what are we up to? I guess still on a high from that crazy, like, who would have thought it? We can just ask for files and they show up in our project now for art. That business, that's pretty cool. So let's see, where are we? I can rebase here. Let's hold on, I need to stash that. Oh, did I miss this from the last stash? All right, hold on. We need some, we should clean this repo up while we're here. I'm sorry, I haven't even given you guys 10 minutes and I'm already, no, not 10 minutes chatting and I'm already into the work, already jumping headlong into the thing. But that's fine, we got a lot to do. We got a lot to do. All right, what can I do here? We can just double click here and move, stash and reapply our changes. Though honestly, these things, I think they belong with our other ability icon stash. So let's apply that and then restash it with all of the files. We're going to have some conflicts, but we'll be able to see the before and afters. I kind of didn't believe that this thing worked so freaking well. All the different forms, but where do you get these songs background? Hold on. These songs background? Where do you get these songs? Dullman, I get these songs from Hey Micro, who gave me a really cool playlist, though I do know this song quite well, and I don't mind resharing it here because Micro shared it with me. We're going to share the love. We're going to share the love. And there, boom, boom, done. Enjoy, enjoy. Vibes are all, yes, vibes. We like the vibes in here. We like the vibes. Okay, all of that, stage, all of that now we're going to stash. Or, I don't know, maybe we keep them. Created missing villager icons. And this is going to be added villager ability icons. Added missing ability icons. Which is, by the way, you remember last night we did the thing where we just like, hey, there's some villager icons missing. Please just generate them. I did the same thing after the stream just because I couldn't believe how well it worked and asked for missing ability icons. And look, it generated all of these. So we can literally now just be like, make one piece of art and say, hey, Blink, go make me all the other missing ones. And it will just do it. Can't believe we wrote something that does that. Can't believe we wrote some code that just enables us to do this. I'm still on a buzzing. I'm still buzzing. I'm still on a high from the fact that we were able to write something that's so powerful. I'm really excited about that, guys. So I'm going to try not to let these streams get completely absorbed by Blink because it's a powerful tool, and the fact that we've written it recently means I'm still incredibly enthusiastic about it. But I can't let it be too big of a side quest for the game. So what we're going to do is I'm going to work in it offline, like off stream, and then we're going to use it on stream as a powerful tool. And then I'm going to figure out what the future of that project looks like, because it's wildly powerful. I'm just so thrilled that I can now say, hey, I wish this art existed, and it goes, I got you. I'm going to go do that. And plug it into your project is just too cool. So, okay. Added missing ability icons. Done. We've got that. And I'm going to now go way back to master, because we haven't been working on master for the longest time. Okay, we also updated our weapon slash animations. Or hold on, I'm going to stash this one because these need work. They're not ready to commit. But that's the next thing that we do. So let's go master. And then we're going to merge that into master, fast forward, so we keep our nice linear history. Great songs in the playlist. I think so. Vibes are like watching more of Micro's stream. Micro's basically like a working DJ. He's like a DJ that motivates you to get your work done. That's what his stream is like, guys. Having spent some time in it yesterday at the end of stream, just like wrapping some things up and doing logistics, that dude is just essentially just a working DJ. I can't think of a better way to describe it. So I guess another shout out to him, because he was supporting the stream in a huge way yesterday. I hope you enjoyed your stream yesterday, Micro. It seemed like a good time, man. He very much optimizes the productivity vibe. Yeah, for sure. His entire brand is like that too. It's like sleek and simple, where our brand is like, I don't know, how would you describe it? I'm trying to go for technical, which is a very, very different vibe. I do feel like that sometimes. It's hard to focus, but I'm stoked it's helping so many others. Yeah. Thanks so much, Seb. It really means a lot. No, all good, man. All good. I do my best. And you're doing a great job, too. You're doing a great job. Okay, is that stash applying? Yes. Chaotic and energetic. For sure. Okay, let's see. So, where are we at? I've got some things going on. This one's doing big things. Oh, it's a lot of changes. My gosh. Big refactor. Big refactor. And this is waiting on that. So we've got a bunch of stuff there that I'm just going to completely ignore. And I think the next thing to do is just park all of that and focus on these character animations for a hot minute. Let's do it. I'm going to reload all of those. All right, let's run it, swing that sword around, and then take some time to consider what we're going to do for the remaining animations. Because ideally, this stream, guys, we're actually going to get onto, should put that light on. Ideally, we're actually going to get onto attack animations connecting into our damage system and building a damage system, which is a really key component of the project. Really need to get that working. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got... Okay, that one can go. That created our knight. What are we doing here? That's other pipeline work. Yep. This is where we're running stuff. I think this one just never got used for anything. But this is our stream tools in case we want to do any things with our stream tools. So that's fine that can stay there and ready. That can stay there and ready. What else? Yeah, cool. All right. That's working. What else have we got here? Let's clean up my environment a little. The other thing I want to do is, amazingly, we were able to just say, hey, be cool if we had an alternate 3D model for the blacksmith, and then boom, shows up in the project because we've got Blink. And here that is. So this is a thing. We're going to need to rig him, get him rigged. He's basically rigged already here, but we need to do a little bit of weight painting to get him ready. So there's his motion. Obviously his beard still needs a lot of adjustment, but we can do that. So that's next. Let's start here. We'll start with the slash animation. So let's run it. Yeah, another follow, Micro. Another follow, though. I think you're doing crazy good with follows, if I'm not mistaken. Your channel's at like... You've hardly been doing this for very long at all. Oh, yo. It's actually criminal that there isn't more on that. Yeah, you're just getting started with the... Dude, your channel is so freaking polished. It's so polished. You need everyone go follow Micro. Seriously. Collector did. I recommend everybody do it. I feel like my stream is basically a noisier version of a just, of a co-working stream. It's a noisier version of a co-working stream in this stream. I started in January. It was mostly a chatter and a mod. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad you did, Micro. It's a great vibe that you've got going on there. All right, play. Let's see. We're going to... Doesn't matter. Just do whatever to get in. Oh, yeah. And I generated these just for fun. Aren't they cool? We probably have to do the same thing for our monsters. But again, I was just like, hey, go replace these images with better images. And it did it. This tool is so fucking strong, guys. I can't believe it. What it can do. What it can do is wild. Yeah, I did that. I just didn't believe that it worked so well so quick after last stream. And so at the end of last stream, I just tried a few more commands and pretty happy with them. Pretty happy with how they came out. Okay, I want to notice he's leaning forward there. I saw him lean in the wrong direction a few times. So we're going to try and lean in every direction. No, he's leaning the right way. I got no problems with that. There's some problems with the sword, but... Okay. So here's our slash. If we drop the weapon, he's playing the same attack animation over and over. From left to right, he needs to alternate from left to right to left. That's what we're going to aim at doing, so that if he's attacking with one hand, he swings in alternating directions. So that's the task. And to do that, we're going to run this harness. And we're going to stick that to the left side of screen. We're going to get Godot on the right. Like that. Okay. And we're going to do this on a character whose dimensions we know are good. Where are we? Oh. I think shift caps lock has to cycle the other way, or we're going to keep doing that where we miss him. Okay. Got him. And then it's the attack animations. We need to clean those animations up anyway as well. We're also going to put the editor into animation mode. Can you guys believe we got a freaking stream from Jackie Codes yesterday? I didn't know Jackie did raids. So how cool's that? Hello, Tommy. How you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. I'm doing good, Jacob. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too, man. Look at that. 2,000. I can look up and see 2,000 followers. Huge. Huge. Big raid? I mean, the numbers weren't even necessarily big, but it's like, it's Jackie, who's like the Godot streamer on Twitch. You know? It's kind of incredible. I really want her to be successful because she's a very passionate developer. Like, you know, I think my values align with hers. Let me just put it like that. So, you know, she's trying to do what we're doing. Okay, that's the wrong file. Yo, 25 streams and Salsa Drama, 20 streams. Keep going. Dude. Thanks, guys. I will keep going. Salsa Drama. I think we're gonna lock in and get a lot done over the next few months. So I'm really hopeful of that. Really hopeful of that. Okay, where is our... From editor, we can go docs and then file system. And file system we want over here as well. And then we should update our we actually need to update the way we treat our animation layout, editor layout, save layout, over animation. All right, here we go. From here, that gives us the ability to go to content, character, animation. Then we've got diagonal/1, diagonal/2, and one-handed weapon slash. Okay, excellent. Now we're starting to get there. So /1 is good. /2 needs to. That's what we need to do. So F1 to expand this, then was it? No, page up and page down. That's the, page up and page down is our animations. So let's check. That's 01. And that's 02. So 01 is this, 02 is the one that we need to change. So let's go. There's our perspective locked. Maybe we need something like escape to lock and unlock the perspective, but I don't know, it doesn't necessarily matter. All right. So this now, let's start with the start position of the animation. Before the time changes in 1.5 hours your time, Seb. Hold on. May the 4th be with you. Thank you, Jacob. Not even really talking about this, but I just went and saw the Mandalorian and Grogu like screener, like the early preview that they show to, like, I don't know, celebrities and stuff like that. Yeah, I just got back from it. I went with Dev and Fasfi. So we got to see like the first, I want to say like 40 minutes of the movie. I need spoilers. Do you actually want spoilers, or just my recommendation to go see it? Remember, no spoilers. Yeah, okay, no spoilers. I won't tell spoilers. It was cool. Yeah, it was cool. Here's my take on it. It was really good. They still had that like practical effects feeling for certain parts of it. Pretty sure it's non-disclosure. All right, well then I can't talk about it. Yeah, they're like I did sign a release, so that's probably. Dev said there was heavy security. Yeah, for like actually recording things, they didn't want people recording the footage. But I can tell you, it did feel like it felt like halfway between the newer Star Wars and the original Mandalorians. I'm still wearing the damn like admission thing, which is green, but you can't see it because it's imaginary. That means Snape killed Dumbledore. It was really cool. Like, I feel like it picks up from the end of the Mandalorian series, so you actually start to see Grogu like become, how to explain it? You actually get to see Grogu be do stuff, like actually contribute instead of just being like a little weird baby thing, which is cool. All right, back to the first frame of the animation, and then this, because we are on, this is right hand, undo that, and then this one-handed weapon /O2 right. Okay, yes. So the start of this now needs to be more like up here. It was a fun movie. I would describe it as that. There was a lot more action than the other the original. And I kind of like this about the original Mandalorian, is it wasn't all action. There was actually a lot of like world building and character development. There was amazing worlds in it, don't get me wrong, but I feel like they didn't spend the time building the world. It was just like, here's the world. Ta-da. Go, you know. Yeah, if that makes any sense. There was a lot of cool environments. It showed cool environments. But yeah, it was worth watching. It was worth watching, guys. Would pay to see. Thanks, makes sense. Yeah. All right. This needs to start. This is the biggest thing about this animation. The Z-axis needs to be way more forward. At the start. So at the start it's 0, but it needs to start like here. Yeah, good. A little further. And the hips need to twist from the other direction, basically. So where's our hip twist degrees? That needs to get inverted. So this is like from there to there. Oh, that's his wrist twist. My bad. Undo. We want waist twist. Waist twist is what we want. All right, this whole thing, we can maybe do it like this, right? It won't let me like flip this in place. I want to scale this like... I won't let me do it. Roughly that? Now we have to be exact, so... This goes from... Alright, we need to think about this. This starts all the way twisted. It needs to end here, so... This needs to start and end at different points. This needs to end at 48. Like that. Like that. Now I think that's the... Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I just did it again. I need the body twist. I thought that was waist twist, but it was wrist twist. Oh my god, you all can't see this, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to not change scenes there. You guys don't see the animation, and that's my bad. That's my bad. Apologies for not changing scenes all. This is much easier. This I can work with. This is that. So that goes here. And that goes there. And then this handle needs a very different angle. More like that. There, all right, now we're getting there. So this can now slash in a completely other direction. So now we need to focus on the position of the hand. Let's start with the Z-axis. That's the butcher character, correct. This is Crispy Bacon's character. It is indeed Le Butcher. The end position needs to be more like the start position. And the start position needs to be more like the end position, I think. And then, this isn't going to work. It needs to start from essentially the end position of this. End position here on the same axis. What if I copy that value and then move that across to here? Okay, that's right. That's right. Apparently. In the middle, it's going to have to be like that. So if it goes up there, then it has to end where the other one starts. End where the other one starts. So where's the other one start? Other one starts here. Okay, and where does it start? It starts where the other one ends. So where's that one end? That's where it ends. That's where this one starts. Okay, that's actually right now. Okay, so I guess that's the range of our slash. Can we do a sneaky thing where we go and copy all of the end keyframes and make those our start keyframes? Let's go to the dope sheet here. Get all of the end keyframes. Copy those. Go here. And can we paste? Please let me paste. We can. If we go here, frame them. All right, hold up. All right, undo all this. A thing for the future, as it does not matter right now, maybe he has a feature where he picks up an axe and turns into a butcher's knife or something. Jacob, he's actually just going to get a butcher's knife. He's just going to get his own butcher's knife. It's even documented here. If it's not, it needs to be. Flashbang. He gets his own butcher's blade. Cleaver. Where are we? It was here. Cleaver. Already documented. So yes, cleaver is a thing. Cleaver is a thing, Jacob. What if this is the one that we want. If I copy all of this, go here, paste it, and then scale it like this. Like that. Take this. Let me go negative. Yay, it did. All right, this could be a good start. All right, that's completely whack. Why did that happen? All the frames. I guess that's not all the frames. Did that change or crash? Oh my God, it crashed. Godot is just like, I'm out. Rue, hey Micro, thanks for the gift sub last night. Was too busy at work to realize that you'd done that. You're awesome. Yeah, he's good, man. He's so good. He put 30 gifted through, or something like that, through the chat. Huge. Also, we hit 2,000 follows last night, Jacob. Isn't that cool? Oh, yo, hang out with Micro was very cool for the first time yesterday. Nice, nice. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, one-handed slash. Animation. Like this. Right one has frames. Left one was yet deleted all the frames. Oh my God, it did it again. There's a bug. There's a bug in Godot. The second time you load an animation with no frames, it crashes it. Wild. You were there for the 2K, Jacob? Yeah. I get maybe it was Turbo who I was trying to say that to, because Turbo was saying it was, yeah. But we did it. We did it, guys. We freaking hit 2,000. Very exciting. If ice crashes again, fool me once, shame on me. I feel like it's gonna crash. Copy keys. Please stay open. Here we go. Ready, set. Oh, yay. And then paste keys. Paste keys in frame. Okay. Looks like the body twist didn't come across, but otherwise it's the same animation. And that means we can do this. Move it across. Okay. That did some really weird stuff. I think height changed. Maybe we just delete it. I mean, it's going to work when we get it going. Look at that. Let's start with the waist. The body twist. Insert a key. Make it 0. Put it at 0. Save that. All right, that works. Let's go to the right one. Waist twist. The end frame, -48 at 0.2. Body twist, O2 needs body twist as well. End frame becomes start frame. And there, that becomes 0. Start frame becomes end frame. Insert the key. Hello? That one becomes 0.2. Value becomes that. Yo, a new follow. Thank you, tomatoes. Tomatoes cannot be trusted. Noted. Noted. I'll be sure not to trust tomatoes in the future. All right, that is arm twist done. What I actually needed to do was body twist though. So that's annoying for me. Let's isolate body twist. Isolate body twist. If I go to arm twist, do we get the arm? Does it not stay isolated when you switch animation tracks? That's going to be very annoying. Okay. Let's get rid of these frames. I think they're left over from something else. Welcome in, tomatoes. Oh my god, tomato business. That's terrifying. That's a terrifying emote somehow. The melting tomato there is just, that is just scary. That is, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little afraid. I'm a little afraid by that emote. All right, right hand, body twist, end frame starts at start frame. So let's add it. Body twist, insert a key at that height there. All right. Now he's turned. Good. Good. Let's see. What about the start frame needs to be the end frame now? -40. Nice even round number. We can tell that was authored. Body twist, insert a new key. This is going to be at 0.2. We're going to get -40. And then a sharp curve into it. Okay, there we go. So he's now at the start of the animation, he turns back, which is perfect. That's what we need his body to do as he slashes. Nothing to be afraid of, Seb. All right. All right. Fear no tomatoes. I like my vegetables. Why not? Okay, he's now turning. Now let's get his arm going. Let's get his arm going. So let's change the height. That's going to be the... No, let's not change the height. Let's change his x-axis first. The x-axis first. So let's go here and isolate his x-axis. We're going to take the end point and make that the start point of this animation. At zero time, he will be 0.6. Okay, we're not going to worry about that awkward behavior because we haven't got our z-axis worked out yet. So at the end frame, that's our start. At the start frame, this is going to be our end. So at the end frame, that's going to be our start. So 0.2, this is going to be down there. And then we're going to get the handles nice and smooth. Okay. So now he's turning and his arm is moving across the right way. Let's now go to the forward motion because that's going to be a really big component here. And we've got no keyframes there, so this should be moving left and right on a straight line. The reason this isn't on a straight line is because it's acting with the twist of his hip. So we're going to go here. We're going to get the forward motion, which is our z-axis. The z position is the next thing we're going to do. We're going to take the end frame and make that the start frame here. Make sure we're on the same axis. Insert a key. This is going to be the start frame, so that makes it 0. And that's going to be our value there. Now we're going to change the same thing. We've got the end of the start, and now the start needs to go to the end. So that frame needs to go to the end here. Insert a key. Is it going to let us do it? Insert key. The start frame needs to go to the end, so we'll go to the end. And then we're going to put the value in. And then again, we're going to smooth this out. All right, there we go. Starting to construct it. So now he's actually doing the slash. Next most important thing is going to be the height and then intermediate frames. Okay. Tomato's a vegetable. Pretty sure that's a fruit. That's true. But, you know, we're wise enough here to know not to put it in a fruit salad, aren't we, Psych? I think that's the difference between intelligence and wisdom. Intelligence is knowing that tomato is a fruit, and wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. Truly. Okay. Height. We're going to take the start frame. This should be 0. That's going to be the end frame of our right slash. And we want Y for height. End frame for our height. This is going to be our start at frame times 0. We're going to go with that frame. And then let's go, and now we're going to take the start frame and put it at the end for height. We're going to take the end frame and put it at the start, right? Yeah, end frame, put it at the start. So that means end frame. Going to take the end frame and put it at the start. Is that what I said? Must be, right? End frame, put it at the start. So to the start. Where are my frames? I don't even see any of them. I don't think that worked, as long as we didn't break it. All right, I see that the start frame is not in. So start frame. Oh, you know what? He needs to we're doing a cross. So of course this is actually wrong. We kind of need to invert this if there's any frames there at all. Can I do this? I feel like I should just be able to do this copy pasta. But it didn't work when we tried it last. Turbo! Thank you for the 1 month, man. I hate that debate. Precisely, Seb. You get it, Turbo.
TurboTick_ gifted a tier 1 sub to a Plants.
Plants too! Plants totally deserves it. Oh, hey. Who we've got? We've got Sweaty's back. Welcome back, man. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Okay. I hope you're still enjoying watching the process, even though it can be a little bit tedious if you're unfamiliar with what's happening. Is there a way to flip it along a... Man, it would be handy if they had something like that. Some way to flip. Tune the handles like this. Excuse me, guys. Okay. So now he alternates from one to the other. So he goes from down to up. He's gone from up to down. He's going now from down to up. So let's go have a look at his Z frames. Or his X frames, rather. The X frames are the ones I'm interested in. Okay, no wonder. That's kind of whack. It's this middle one that's going to be... Am I doing the right one? Yeah. I am. So already... So he's slashed down, and now this is going to slash up. So he's got his up slash. Though I think he should slash in a crisscross, right? Crisscross. So we're going to have to revert like flip over the this is going to go the other way. Okay. Like that. And then down. This is going to be very sensitive about values, so we'll have to be careful. But that's going to completely change it. Okay, what's going on there? Because this should be up to down. The elbow twist will be an important one here. We're going to start, instead of trying to copy values, I think I'm going to actually start introducing values and authoring automatically. So we're going to, at value 0, we're going to make it twist 0. And get a look at this. All right, he needs to twist about 180. That should completely turn it around. Okay, undo that. Might be his wrist that we actually need. Also, he's so far extended. I think the Z-axis needs to go in a lot. So now it's closer. So need to go closer still. And maybe it's his hand twist. Would be nice if we could like author, like click and drag directly here. How much more time are we going to spend authoring animations, do you think, guys? It's very hard to say. We might spend a lot of time, in which case there's a couple things we could do. We could go into Blender, or we could improve the animation process directly in here with more tooling. All right, so what are we looking at? We're looking at the twist of the wrist twist. The thing I'm concerned here, messing with this value, is it doing something weird where it's actually twisting the geometry of his hand, which I think it might be doing if I take this to 0, if I turn it 90, okay, yeah, so I think I got the hang of this. So 45 degrees, if I subtract 45 from this, or add 45, then we'll start to get something that's turned a bit the right way. Maybe another like 20. It's interesting that now we see a lot of twists there where we didn't before. Look at the space of the animation. It's like it's his arm twist. It's his arm twist that's going crazy. Yeah, we can fix that real easy. Where is it? Arm twist degrees. Okay. We need to follow that. We need to follow that elbow because it's doing something real strange here. Let's turn everything on and then look for the one curve that's doing a lot of work. Body twist degrees, it's not that. So we'll turn you off. One of these is doing weirdness and it's not that or that or that. It can only be arm twist, but that's not changing. I wonder why it's twisting that way. It's not some IK solver doing it, I'm sure. It's pretty weird. Oh, thank you again, Turbo. I really do appreciate all the support, man. It's making a difference. All of the support adds up and makes a big difference, man. Huge difference. Okay, what do we got going on? It couldn't really be this. 0.2, this is 0. And we're going to get rid of the in and out. Okay, why are we twisting weirdly? Let's look at all these curves again and evaluate them. It could be that handle, but surely not. Okay, what I'm actually looking at here. Wish there was some way to connect these values on the chart to the actual frames. Okay, it's got to be waist twist degrees. Wrist twist degrees. Important to keep in mind. All right. Let's set it the same value here. No in and out. 0.2. The wrist twist at the end. Okay, let's just try. I just want to try something. What I'm going to do is push out. Plants is always here. He deserves a sub. He really does. He really does. Hello, Green Noob. How you doing? Welcome in, man. How's it going? Are you a game dev? You tuning in just to check out the animation process? We're doing something fairly different here from how people usually animate. We're animating with basically with code, but I'm using code to drive something called active ragdoll physics. And so we still need some broad motions that define the exact key points that the body needs to pose into along the way. And then we're going to treat all the different parts of the bodies as motors to move the character into a particular position. But the first thing to do to get it working for us is to set those key positions up. So we've written a little animation system that we're using on the left to work with our character. And then on the right, we're generating a few, we're basically using this to generate animation data in a program called Godot that will set up it's our game engine. So we're using that to author the raw data that will drive our physics-based animations. So yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing here. Thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for coming along. I appreciate you checking the channel out and for saying hi in the chat. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, this curve. Let's make it a little bit more like this so it stays more forward. What's this keyframe here? We're I think I'm really happy we made the decision to show keyframes. That keyframe is our Y axis. That's the only one with a middle and keyframe. So let's isolate that, see what's happening there. I think that we can do with handles anyway. So let's have our out handle. Let's see if I can do it like this. I think I can right click it and go auto, and then we can control it like that. Then we got one less point to worry about. Okay. It's really just that twist. And the twist could be it overreaching. I think I want to fix that overreach to begin with. So we need to bring the animation in, because the issue is the issue is definitely the hand trying to stay on that path and then overreaching that might be causing it to do its twisting. I don't think so, but I don't know a better idea. I don't have a better idea. So it's too high. That start Y position needs to go down a little. A little bit further. He can nearly reach that height-wise now. Next is just distance. Okay, the next thing with distance will be, if we think about, it's a bit too far forward. So forward is our blue axis. I'm going to isolate that. The start position is a little too far forward, so we're going to drag that in. Now he's getting closer to being able to reach. And the encouraging thing is I'm seeing his wrist rotate as we get to the overextension. Okay, it's going to mess up our starting pose initially. But yeah, I think I see what's happening now. You see it's twisting awkwardly because his elbow is going into the wrong spot. It's going into the wrong spot here. And that means if I put a keyframe here in the middle of this that affects the direction of the slash in this forward axis in a way that pushes the elbow forward, I think we can get out of this then. We can do like this. But it needs to be like much further potentially. It might even need to go like this. Now we're getting it. Now we're getting it. And he still can't reach. He still can't reach. So we need to pull it even further in. But you can see his elbow's starting to behave right now. Okay, it needs to come. Now it's really the Z-axis that's the X-axis, sorry, that's a little problematic still. Sounds fun. It is actually fun, Green Noob. It's on one hand, it's like we're doing this more in a more complicated way than we like animating in Blender. This would be so fast, but you'll see in a minute like why we do it this way. Once you see in game and you see the way that the character moves, you'll realize it's not like other games where animation is like, you know, it's canned. It's not canned animation. All right. We're going to just copy this to the other hand. And then I want to go and see the end position of our hold on. Did I accidentally change some of the I changed some of the frames on this. Can I revert those independently? I don't think I can. Okay, I think we can fix. What's happened here is the Y animations have gone off. I accidentally made changes to this. Or did I? Because my keyframes still go from up to down. See how they go from up to down? This drop means I should see the weapon go from up to down, not... Oh, I flipped the other one. It's our Z axis that I moved wrong. How could I do that? That's a mistake. That's a big mistake. Up to down. Now it goes from right to left. It should be going from left to right. Okay. So that's, let's see. I can do this. I can do this. All right, hold on. We need to do that on the left. All right, getting a little confused here. Hold on. Weapon hand / right. It's going to be the 1. Okay. Yeah, that's my mistake. That's my mistake. Okay, we're still good. We're still good. So there's our hack down. Okay, right 01 is good. Let's go. Let's see left 01. I want to make sure left 01 is still good. Doesn't actually matter. We can copy that across. So left 01 is good. Now we're looking at left 2. Okay, that's left 2. We need right 2. Or is it 2 left? Okay. This is very difficult to navigate conceptually. You're always so friendly, Goldie. Always so friendly. I like that. Okay, yeah, this is where we were working. Up to down. Up to down. We just need, now that we have this shape, we need the wrist rotation right. And I think we're very, very close. Wrist rotation. Now we're going animation one-handed weapon diagonal /02 right. Okay, now we're getting that. With the arm twist. Okay, arm twist and wrist twist don't change at all. Arm twist and wrist twist don't change at all right now. But they need to. So there's a keyframe. For this one, I think the first thing to do is arm twist. So let's turn this so that at the start, the arm, which way is the elbow facing? Yeah, we have to change it so at the start, the elbow faces down. And then we can counter turn the wrist. There we go. Even further, we're going to keep turning it through his head because then we'll turn his wrist forward. Okay, now we're talking. Now the wrist forward degrees. I think we have any keyframes for this. What if I go 0 at 0? I'm assuming that doesn't change it. Good. Okay, and then we're going to insert 1 and stick this at the end of the animation 2 at point 2. Raisins, you're going to lurk? No worries. And oh my God, I've been missing so many messages. I apologize. Why are so many developers choosing Godot instead of Unity? Argotrol, I actually spent like 17, 18 years from when Unity first was introduced. Maybe not that many, maybe I'm exaggerating, but literally since Unity 3.5, since it first came out, I've been a Unity user, and I've spent more of my life making games in Unity than doing anything else. So writing C# and using the Unity engine. So I'm not a person who's unfamiliar with Unity at all. In fact, I'm deeply familiar with Unity, like down to the point of making plugins and extending the engine and doing all that. I've done all of that stuff. And so for me to not choose Unity to make a game on is a big decision. So I don't take it lightly. But I will say that as Unity has gone on, it's felt like it's become like more and more bloated and more cumbersome to work with. And it's become slower and slower to do things like reloads when you make changes, because it's taken on so many new things. And also the way that they're, as the company has become bigger, their culture, like the culture of the company has changed a lot as well. So I don't think they're really doing the same things to support developers. And I feel about Godot now, after using it for a few months, like I did about Unity when it was still in its younger years. And I hope that Godot can avoid the same pitfalls and mistakes and avoid changing the way that Unity did, because it's kept the good things of Unity so far without the bad things. So I found it extensible. I found it easy to use. It works with C#, which I really like that language. So it's checking all the boxes for me right now, Argotrol. That's probably why. Hello, Nikoz. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome. Yeah. Does that answer your question? I don't know. I can't speak for all developers, but I can speak for myself. I can speak for myself as to why I decided to do that. Okay, that wrist twist is wrong direction. He's rolling his wrist, not twisting it forward, which is not what I was expecting. The range of motion on his... Oh, well, this is his wrist forward degrees. I guess the names of these are wrong. They're back to front. But that's fine. We will wrist twist degrees. This one. This is actually changing a fair bit over time. The wrist twist degrees. I feel like this is mostly the... Oh, hello. We still have some overextension. When did that come into this? Okay, wrist twist degrees at the end is wrong anyway. So let's start tweaking the end value. And then the start value, this is where we can start tweaking that one because this is way off. Now we're starting to get there. Okay, where's that wrist forward twist? I mean, for a start, it needs to be lower. So that's the first attack. This is kind of the motion that we're going to get at the moment. I think the biggest thing is the start frame ain't bad. This one needs more forward, like definitely. I mean, I know that one for a fact, so we may as well start there. Diagonal slash left. This is our blue axis. This might actually justify a frame. Whoa. Some weirdness there with handles, that's for sure. Okay. That definitely looks like Cray. Brian, this is more like Crispy Bacon's description of himself with he said he had a mullet and a mustache, so this is this is him. But yes. Hello Ramorphol, welcome in. Good to see you. Okay, I guess his end. I like the words of this song. Has anyone heard this before? I've never heard this. The Y height needs to drop. It probably needs to linger a little bit. A little bit like that. And then Y height needs to go down heaps. But the elbow, I mean, it's not even necessarily bad. And honestly, if the wrist twist was fine. All right, so we might actually have to introduce that wrist twist in the way that we want. Because this is his attack animation at the moment. Left, right. If we push it out, his elbow won't be quite so... all right, so Z is going to actually rotate this in the way that we want. Sorry, X, further at the end on the X. There we go. Hey, thank you, Aggro Troll, for the follow. Huge, huge, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. There's a bit of whack. Okay. I don't mind the twisting there. The only problem is it comes from overextension, which is an issue. Especially when you consider that, like, bam, 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 bam. Now we're actually getting there. He's slashing properly now. I think the start point of his slash maybe needs to go further to the side. So, I mean, how twisted is his body now? Let's bring his hand down a little bit. What happened there? That was not what I expected. Yeah, what the heck? Did anyone see that? That changed. O2 slash, hold on. Something changed there. Okay, I think it was we lost our Z. Or our X movement. And the Y height changes. There we go. And also the keyframe here that pushed this arm forward, which we need. We need that. So that's the X-axis again, getting a keyframe. Getting a keyframe here, or even just its curve changed. Yeah, what the heck? Okay, it's being too slow. It should curve the other way. And then if we adjust our twist, I mean, not bad. Could be like total accident, but nah, it doesn't work so well. It doesn't work so well when we key them like that. When we transition from one to the other. Okay. He's still overreaching, so Z needs left Z axis needs to come in from its starting point. Can we reach it from there? And Y needs to come down a little. A little more even. And then we can counter twist a little. I'm guessing arm twist is what comes into play here. But in the other direction, maybe? Yeah, other way, okay. Total accident. It was psych. Yep. I approve. Good pun. Good pun. Okay, hold on. Is that actually twisting it in the right way? Wrist twist degrees. We're looking at the left hand. Animation O2. Yeah, should be fine. All right, now it does it. Okay, even further then. Okay, now we're cooking. The issue here is I think he's at the extent of his reach, and the arm twist is wrong. The arm twist is really wrong. No, that was the right direction. This arm twist is strange. All right, let's pull it forward on Z. Like, let's pull it in on the Z axis. Not that much. And then back a bit. Okay, why is the elbow doing this? It's got to be arm twist, right? Could also be that we tweak the waist twist to happen a little slower on our other curve. So body twist, sorry. So it's slow, but it should lead. So it should go this way. So value changes sharply and then out. Not quite that steep. Slash. So it moves fast. Hips lead the hand. What's causing all that motion in the first few frames besides the hip twist? Could be the hip twist, but what else could be contributing? Probably not whatever this is. Probably not that. One of these is really steep initially, so yeah, the Z. Okay, Z needs to ease up. Sorry, X. Should we ask GY Media if he wants a character? I mean, do you think he'd be into a character, Katie? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If somebody isn't really actively pursuing a character or the type who's gonna stream the game a whole lot, I'm trying to reduce the amount of work that we might potentially have to do. Okay, look at the twist of this arm. So it does need to go forward a little. It might need to go down on the Y a little as well. It definitely needs to go forward now on the Z, which we had. Probably not as steep there. What the helly? There we go. You think he'd be down? Nice, nice. I think the start frame, if we look at how far across the other slash goes, it goes quite far. So we need to start this. We need to start this even further across. So X needs to go even further across. Fitting movements for the tune? Yeah, hold on. We can 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. And here I thought I was making attacks and we were making dances all along. All right, this one still needs to start even further. But I don't think it's enough to just move it there. Do we need more waist twist, maybe? Body twist. I think that's the maximum extent we can do anyway. Okay, let's get our wrist twist so that the axe turns in. So where is our arm twist? Our arm goes... As long as the elbow's not doing anything unnatural. Okay, there we go. Now it is an actual forward degree movement, which we didn't have before. Okay. Hello, Sergius. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. I think we might be close enough to check this. Holy crap! Semtex! Console.write line. Oh my god, you know some C#. My man.
months. How time flies. Blah 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 blah. Hope you had good day. Blah 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 blah. While true. Fast mew. Okay, wrong message and stream a kappa. Blah blah blah.
Oh my god.
Blah 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 blah. But honestly, time flies by too quickly.
It does. It does. Wrong message. Yeah, no, look. Thank you, Semtex. While true, blah, 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 blah to you too. Thank you, Semtex, for the support, man. Yeah, 13 months. 13 months is wild. How it went so quickly, didn't it? It went so freaking fast. Okay, that one. This is gonna be the really cool animation that just puts like this really is gonna make the difference. The wrist forward twist. This one. Check out how cool this is gonna be here. Anticlimactic. I promised coolness, and coolness did not appear. Ah, I just figured out what's going wrong here. When it's facing forward, oh, this is confusing. This is a bit of a mind F. That's twisting the wrist in a... That's not twisting the wrist in the way that I expect it to. Yeah, that's turning his wrist this way, but when the hand's in front of him, it's turning it forward. So, we might have found a bug here. Let's see. I've noticed something strange with the motion of the wrist when controlling the following value. Thank you again, Simtex. How's today going? It's going really good. You broke your nose, Turbo? What the hell? That's not good. What happened? Is it like broken or fractured or just go get it set as quick as possible so it doesn't heal badly. My day's going really good, Mystic Shadow. He walked into a big wall of text. Got it. Micro's onto it. He understands. Okay. Wrist forward degrees. What I expected this value to do is turn the wrist around a pole that runs through the hand's palm. Now let's see, we've got when the hand is in front of the character and facing with the palm with this pole horizontal to the horizon, the wrist twists in the way that we expect. When the hand is out to the side, when the arm is held out to the side though, the wrist is twisting through a pole that runs directly across the width of the wrist. Make sure that I'm explaining myself clearly and ask a bunch of clarifying questions so that we understand the behavior that we're experiencing and exactly how it's going wrong. From there, we can move on to identifying the problem in code and attempting a fix. Okay, this could be, on one hand, it will be really good to fix it. All right, what do you think, guys? Those, the before and afters, these are the 3D renders that we made in the engine. And then these are the repaints of those characters. I think these ones are better, except for the fact it's kind of like cutting off part of the bottom of the characters. Not bad, right? It's improved them. So we're going to commit this as repaints for character for generated character portraits. And then this can be discarded. This really looks like white space to me. I hesitate to commit that. By the way, Sebi, did Fass find out that you ended your stream late again? Sergius, I feel like if Fass saw my stream stats, she would be proud of me for ending. She would be proud of me for ending my stream where I did. Look at this. Look at this. Look what I did. Look what I did. Hold on. Hold on. I will show you. I will show you, and Fass should be proud. Because where can I hold on? Where are we? Fass would be proud. Look at this, Sergius. Look. That's where I ended my stream. I ended my stream at its peak. There were 130 people and the stream had been growing strong the entire time. I decided it's not even 8 hours. It was 6 hours, 40 minutes. It was 6 hours, 40 minutes. And I decided still right here at the tippy top to end the stream instead of continuing. So I'm proud of me because I could have been like, this stream's going really well. I'm having a great time. I'm not even tired. I'm just going to keep going while the numbers keep going up. But I didn't do that. I ended the stream, which is good of me. So what do you think about that, Sergius? Because this was on an upward trajectory and I decided I don't even care. I'm going to prioritize my health. Proud or concerned about your health? Well, bet she'll be proud of the fact that the stream was like it was growing is really good. I need to do more such streams. I don't know exactly why that stream went so well. Maybe it was because we just hit 2,000 viewers. That could definitely be a thing. Okay. Yep, that can go. The hype is real. It was a good stream. It was a great stream. Yep. Okay. Oh, Micro, this music. If anything, I need to tune into your stream more often just to get like new sick beats, because then they can come be in my stream and we can all jam at your awesome music together. She celebrated its 2K and then told you to go to bed. She did. That's true. That's true. Yep. Yep. It is. She did do that. I think you are correct in this. But the sleep on time is thrown out of the, hold on, has thrown out the bedroom / stream room window? What? But the stream time is thrown out of the window. Yeah, I started late because I had a lot to do. I had a lot of actuator things to do that day. When you say the pole runs through the palm, which anatomical / anchor axis did you mean for wrist forward degrees? Palm normal. Yeah, that's what I'm... Palm normal, correct. Should the wrist forward axis follow the hand / held item's current pose orientation during the swing? Hey, happy Viking 60 streams. My God. Let's freaking go, man. Let's go. Dude, especially you must be, you've got to be like our premier lurker. A big streak, yo, huge streak. You have got to be our biggest lurker. Like, easy peasy. Thank you for hanging out for 60 streams in a row. Absolutely wild. Very huge. I really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate it. Okay, should the wrist and forward axis follow the hand or held item's current pose orientation during the swing? Should the wrist forward axis follow the hand or held item's current pose orientation during the swing? What do you mean? The axis is derived from the current solved hand anchor pose each frame, so it stays visually attached to the palm as the arm moves. The axis is derived from the current solved hand and anchor pose each frame. Yes. Yeah, of course. Yeah. When the arm is held out to the side and the wrist forward degrees is adjusted, what wrong motion are you seeing most clearly? The weapon, rolls around its length. Yeah, correct. It bends toward the thumb pinky side. I don't know. The wrist twists. How would you describe the wrist? The wrist bends in the direction of the palm normal. Okay, the palm face. Yeah, I think it's number 1 here. Yeah. Okay. While that's having a think. Oh, tempted to give this a run, but maybe not. Okay, that too. Those are all things we're going to deal with another time. It's figuring out if it's the roll or pitch or yaw. Yeah, correct. Ragathian, we did look up roll, pitch, and yaw and try and use that in order to describe rotations earlier. But what I'm finding is using that kind of terminology, all of that depends on a fixed beginning orientation. And so it can sometimes be more useful to talk about the normal of the palm, right? Like, you know how a surface normal works. Like a normal of the surface of the palm is an easier description than saying that that is, because that could be pitch, roll, or yaw, depending on what your frame of orientation is. Like if you're saying, you know, it's like an aeroplane and the fingers are the wings, then you can say it's like pitching is this way, rolling is this way, and you know, you're like so on and so forth. But it depends on a frame of reference that isn't always present when you reason about it and when you communicate about it. And so saying something like, you've got to specify exactly. You've got to specify the parent transform otherwise in order to get exactly. So sometimes just talking in terms of anatomical terms and applying mathematical orientations to biological descriptions, anatomical descriptions, I think sometimes can be the better way to communicate about animation, at least. For the hand held in front of the character, is the current positive wrist forward degrees direction correct? Yes. Keep the positive values visually doing what they do in front, correct. Where have you observed the wrong sideways wrist roll? Both hands, I believe, as the animations match. Is the issue visual through the held weapons and items, the bare hand, or both? Okay, I haven't yet observed this issue with bare hands, but it's possible that is present there. It's more likely it's not. Okay. The only real OTC. Yo, how you doing, man? Do we acknowledge WWE superstar Roman Reigns in the Tribal Chief and the GOAT? No, we only recognize the WWE superstar John Cena in this stream. He's the one and only, and will forever be the GOAT of WWE wrestling. Has anyone ever seen that? Like, do we have time for a detour? Yeah, let's detour. Hold on. Anyone ever seen where are we? This one? Okay, can we hear? Can we hear it? I think we can. We're good. The GOAT is Stone Cold Steve Austin. Another good choice. Micro knows it. She's so angry. You can tell that her kids just like get too excited about wrestling and she hates it. He's so fast with his response. He's so fast. It's it's hilarious. Pretty good. Wait, not done. So inappropriate for an advertisement. She's so angry. I wonder if it's contrived or real. Yeah. I think it's fake, but it's still hilarious. We need to fix up this axe. Okay, I kind of need this to finish before we keep going. Hilarious. The twist here, I think we're gonna fix it up. Soon, soon, soon. Alright, what else do we need to do? If this was an ad, then look, I'd buy this product. There's so much commitment to this. She's so upset. Okay. Oh, yep, that's done. Why does she answer Why does she answer it? Shield blocks. Oh, we've got so much left. This will be next. Pretty good. Pretty good. Funny. Okay, damage calculations. Okay. Let's have a think about it. We could do two-handed weapons. That might be another thing. Where did all that stem from? It was the only real OTC coming through and asking if we, asking about WWE Superstar. It reminded me of that for some reason. So welcome in again, only real OTC. And that was where the side quest came from. Are you a fan? Not really. Not really. When I was younger, I was really into martial arts and I always hated how fake wrestling was. Just like, I don't know, just its fakeness bothered me for some reason. Which in you know in hindsight, that's kind of silly. You know, why it's complete theater and everybody knows it. It's just the fact that, I don't know, people really liked wrestling and didn't understand that it was fake bothered me. Okay, wrist forward fix is in. Let's give this another shot. Hopefully it hasn't broken, like it might have fixed our system, but all of our animations were based on a broken system. Is very possible. Okay. I think we spend enough time in this, potentially, that it makes sense to turn this into an editor tool instead of a harness. That's still looking good, at least. Kind of. The rotations are actually wrong, so we'll need to fix them again. But that's fine. That's fine. We can work with it. We can work with it. Okay. Punching. All right. So slashing rotations need to change now. Yeah, they need to change. Unfortunate, but that's fine. That's fine. We can deal. At least we have an improved system now. So this is going to be about our wrist forward degrees at the end of the animation. Let's see if we can. This is action one-handed weapon diagonal slash. One on the right hand. On the right hand. Okay. And now the wrist twist. There we go. This is still twisting the wrong way. Which way is it twisting? Oh, that kind of looks right. Okay, it kind of looks right. When it gets to a certain degree, it starts to twist in though. Could be related to this. It might be constraining it with like the ranges, the possible ranges of natural motion or something. It was better before. But I think we can control it with the arm twist at least. Still seeing a bit of rolling there, but... Why would it do that? It's not twisting on just one axis. Way more fun to actually try stunts and wrestling than to watch it, I reckon. Yeah, probably. Probably right. That's probably true. I feel like that about sports, Turbo. I feel like that about sports. Something cool about, like, participating in sports, but I never really enjoyed watching them. It's still doing something weird. Okay. What we might need to do... What if we put some markers on our weapon to make this clear? We'll do that to start with. Where's our axe? And while we're here, we'll also fix that plane, because that's off, and that's going to cause some weirdness. Editor, layout, default. All right, we're going to add some 3D, some mesh 3D. Actually, we might even just be able to copy this one. A gimbal from that to this. That might really help, to tell you the truth. And we'll make these lines a little thinner. Sorry, no, the position's fine. It's this goes to 1. Why is that so far off now? Did I actually change the transform? I didn't mean to. Okay. Quick run, left align this. Let's have another go. Have another go, see how it comes out. Too many characters. Okay, so now we can see the axes really clearly of the object that we're rotating and the fist. We should now much more easily be able to, if I go to this hand action, if I go to our animation, now animation, get the correct animation, which is the one-handed weapon diagonal /1 on the right hand. Get our curves up. If I get the wrist twist, this is his right hand. Yep. Wrist twist degrees. Is this the one I'm... Oh, the forward wrist twist. Wrist forward degrees. What's wrist twist degrees then? Hold on. End frame. We're all the way at the end, right? Yeah. This is the... Okay, this is that rotation that we're actually after. Okay, so I shouldn't see, as I move this wrist forward degrees, I should actually not see any change in the y-axis because it's supposed to be spinning around the y-axis. The way this rig is functioning still isn't correct. I've added gimbals to my UI that show each of the local axis for the weapon. When I rotate, when I increase the value that should twist the wrist around the normal that comes out of the palm of the hand, I can see that the up axis, y-axis, could be reparenting the, okay, that the, I can see that the normal of line that comes out of the normal of the surface of the blade does not stay in the same direction, but instead twists in a weird direction. What could be causing this? And ask any clarifying questions you might need to make sense of what I've said here and what I'm observing. Okay. I think we need to fix the problem first before we go adjusting this animation, but we can do some adjustments here. So we should. So this is the slash maybe we need to change our terminology. It's getting a little long in the tooth. That sentence is really long. Okay, which authored value are you changing when the blade normal line moves unexpectedly? The wrist forward degrees. Just wrist forward degrees. This is the value we just redefined as palm normal rotation. And it's the most likely suspect. Yeah. Which transform is your gimbal visualizing? The weapon or mesh gimbal? Yes. To the weapon or a helper? Yes. Which line do you expect to remain fixed while changing this value? The blade surface normal. Blade surface normal. The palm normal. Which currently matches the blade surface normal. Which is perpendicular to the blade surface normal. Perpendicular is when two lines are running in the same direction, right? Parallel. Okay. And we can talk in terms of that gimbal. That's the other quite nice thing here. Where was that? Hey, what happened? Oh, no, it's still here. It's just hiding. Yep. The gimbals, Z green. Should be able to do a copy node path, right? Copy node path, yes. When you observe the palm and blade normal drifting while changing wrist 4 degrees, is wrist twist degrees also non-zero at that frame? I mean, it's a good point. If I twist like that, the angle... Oh, it's making a good point here. Hold on. It is non-zero, but that shouldn't affect anything, right? Let's go to the animation. It is also non-zero. Okay, if both risk controls are non-zero, which invariant matters most while scrubbing one value? Changing wrist 4 degrees should preserve the visible palm blade normal, even if the wrist twist behavior needs retesting. I think I'm understanding what's happening. If we twist the wrist the angle that it rotates. Let's do a quick test here. No, it shouldn't matter. You should still be able to, even if your wrist, the blade should move along the, okay, changing the wrist forward degrees should preserve the visible palm and blade normal, even if the wrist twist behavior needs resetting. So, changing the wrist twist degrees should preserve the finger forward matching for the current test contract. I don't know what that means. Both controls should be reworked so each one is applied. What we need is the wrist can still roll. The wrist can still roll, but increasing the twist should cause the blade, the palm, the hand, and blade to rotate around the normal of the palm, rolling the wrist around, so it's equivalent to moving around, equivalent to rotating around rolling the wrist might change the direction of the slash angle, while the, what's it called? We called it the twist. While the twist angle changes, while the twist changes the extent, while the twist rotates. Okay, but changing just the twist should not change, should keep the rotation aligned with the palm normal. Okay, where are you observing this issue? The weapon/harness. The runtime attack, manual rig test. The issue appears in a hand IK test scene where the weapon/harness and the runtime attack, because these match. The weapon/harness and the runtime attack both match one another presently, and we see the issue in both. Okay. All right. Getting there. Soon we will have this thing. Soon we'll have it, guys. And just imagine a little more flick of the wrist. We can, because just attacking like that is clunky. We really need the wrist motion for a weapon to work. It's the same with swords, like swords especially. I've done some work like training with swords before, and so much of the attack is actually in the motion of the wrist. The amount of turn that you get here is critical to creating the impact with the weapon, and also the appearance of its motion. Okay. This rotation order, wrist forward degrees, is intended to rotate around the current blade and palm normal, but the current combination applies the wrist and forward before the wrist roll. Okay. The observed bad frame has both wrist forward degrees and wrist twist degrees non-zero. The weapon gimbal's blade surface normals is intended to match the character held item hand anchor local Y. Yes, it's getting that right. The desired priority is wrist forward degrees preserves the current braid and palm normal, and then, yep, ship it. Cool. Bruh, if you are doing these AI magics on the RTX 5090, I wonder what you could do with an RTX 6000. Is that a new thing, smartass? I haven't even heard of it. This is the first time hearing the RTX 6000. I am so set with computers. I'm not going to upgrade this thing for a hot minute. It's the best computer I've ever had. All the shit we're doing here is thanks to Nacho. It's thanks to Nacho, basically. So thank you again, Nacho. Oh, I said it 3 times. Maybe like Beetlejuice, he'll appear. Thanks to Nacho for this computer, because without him, we'd have taken a lot longer to get where we are, truly. And I'm kind of terrified to take this project onto a potato and see how it runs. But at the same time, okay, where's our animation harness? Because I've got some requests there. We are going to character rigging in IK, animation tooling. Right now, Shift A and D jumps between keyframes, and pressing the left and right arrow moves single frames forward and backward. Moves smaller forward and backward. I want the Shift A and D buttons to move in small increments. Let's, like pressing the arrows, like what happens when we press the arrows without holding Shift. Okay. Should we give this thing a run? Prior to refactoring the... Actually, let's change this and check it in first while we wait. Hold on. We've got questions here. That one's easy. That one's easy. We'll just yes this one. Okay, hold on. So let's check this in. Those are our stream tools. I think automation is priority 1 at the moment. Okay. Refactor our extensions to work plugin agnostically. Okay, with that change in place, let's run our tooling. Let's do something like yeah, we kind of need to do a quick test. So that one's, yeah, of course this one's coming up missing. I mean, all of them should honestly come up missing because we're missing the missing our plugins now, right? And then let's put our plugins back in. Plugins folder, copy full path there. Install 1. Install 2. And then our extension. Okay, get this all up to speed because then we can do a rerun. Okay, excellent. Are you paying for each GPT API image gen, or is it included in your subscription? It's included in the subscription, Vermi. It's included in the subscription. Smartass, that is a crap ton of VRAM. It would be really, really interesting. It would be really, really interesting to see that. They will throttle you, Vermi, if you go too long, though. If you run too many, it gets throttled, but it is included in the subscription. I think it's great value, too. The number of images you can generate, the number of images I generate. I think I generate more images than a typical user, though, I have to say. Okay, so... what could we do just to give this new system a test run? We really need to retest everything after a huge change. First thing would probably be what do we need to do? We need to... I don't know if there's anything we actually do need to do. We're kind of on top of all of our art. Oh no, here's one that we need. We need, let's first come up with our, you have a Radeon RX 9070. Nice, Katie. That's, it's, Grok makes you pay for API calls, but I have my agent using the browser. Right. Nice. Nice, Fermi. Nice. What are all the subs and payments you're using for Not Monsters? What are all the subs and payments you're using for Not Monsters? What do you mean, Turbo? Oh, only this one, only GPT. That's it. We did do a payment for some of the VO3 through what's it called? Higgsfield, but I don't think I'll renew that. I'm kind of over that one. That's been very, very pushy about getting you to spend more money, which I really don't like. Okay, I think a lot of these, honestly, this thing can... the style there is wrong. I think I can delete that. Oh, no, we can't because we need we need this. Okay, so there's my template. All right, let's try a run here. New run, master prompt. Image transform, monster restyle. We are going to, our reference images are going to be all of our characters, all of our new characters. How did I do it here? Yeah, I used all of our new characters. So let's head over here. Should I try and do the faces at the same time? Some of them shouldn't have faces, and some of them should. Let's do the no face characters first. Okay, download original. Can we do that for all of them? No, we can't. That's fine. We'll do it one by one. I'm tempted to write a plugin that works for this page and allows you to like attach things from inside of here. That could be really, really handy. So I think it'll be those. Hey, thank you for the follow. Not a follow. It's Vermi with this Prime sub. Oh my God, those Prime subs are few and far between. Thank you so much for using yours here. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Very cool. Thank you, Vermi. Big W, yeah, because you get like one a month, right? Like if that means if you could choose just one person to go check out, it would be this stream, which is a huge compliment. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, that guy and that guy and that guy. Oh my God, so many. Okay, 1, 2. This is no duplication. Priest is in there. Farmer's in there. I think that's going to be all of them. Okay. Yep. Monster restyle. On an individual prompt level, I think we've got no... Yeah, we're not doing anything but the restyles. So... And now our subject images, that's going to be all of these. I don't think that one actually needs to change. That one might need to. That can stay. That can stay. Sorry. That needs to go. This needs to go. This needs to go. Zombie might need to... Let's just see what happens with the Cyclops. All right. Those are the ones we're going to replace. All right, that might do it. Run. Let's run it. Hold up. Pause pending. Yeah, resume. Okay. Okay, that might have been too many files, but we'll be all right. All right, let that have a go for a spin. Actually, you know what? I think that would have run in the wrong... Oh, did I just delete that? That's annoying. That is annoying. All right, one more time. Monsters restyle. Subjects are our monsters. Reference images are from our monsters to our first king without duplicate. I mean, who's the most out of place? We don't want like, guess we don't want him. All right, yeah, that's probably good. Yep. All right. Let's bring back that prompt. It's probably enough. I've noticed that. Okay. After these changes, I've noticed that text, the prompt text. Hold on. Your stream is awesome. Thank you, Vermi. I really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate it. All right, while we're at it, where are we with... All right, that's good. Okay, after these changes, I've noticed that the prompt text no longer finds its way through to the browser in... All right, hold up. Pause that. Cancel that. Through to the browser. Okay, hold on. I've noticed that the prompt text no longer finds its way to the browser in the ChatGPT run. Finds its way through the browser in the ChatGPT run. This issue. Let's see. All right, we're going to leave that going there. Let's also now see how we're doing with our wrist motion, because that might be the next thing to deal with. Okay, wrist fix. Let's see. It's looking promising. It's looking promising. Where are we going with... There it is. Swing, swing, swing. We probably need to close this and rerun. Wait, wrong scene. F8, rerun. All right. So, change to our character. Okay, let's see if now our end frame in the animation okay, that's /02 right hand. /02 right hand. If we increase this value, wrist forward degrees, hold on. This should be our wrist twist degrees. Okay. Maybe the right kind of change, but too sensitive a change. Okay, that's our wrist twist degrees working as it's supposed to. Wrist forward degrees now. Yeah, this looks like it's working now. This is the kind of control I wanted. This is good. All right. Starting to look good, guys. This one. // all right. So now we're looking at our right hand. We're looking at the amount of twist at the end here. And that needs to go in the other direction. Even further, I think you need to swing through. Gosh, even more. A little bit less now. Hello, handle. Come on. Play nice. Oh, hold on. Oh, thank you for the follow. Konmoto, thank you, dude. I appreciate that, man. I really do. How are you today? Okay, hold on. This needs to just get like that. And then... Now we're talking, guys. Wham! Now we can actually control stuff in a way that I'm liking. I'm liking that swing. I'm liking it. Day is ruined. I call it go don't. Is that like... Okay, sorry. Hold on. Did you ask a question that I missed? Did I miss a question? I call it Godot. You don't like Godot? Konmoto, what's your favorite engine? I'm very curious because, and have you tried it? Because I used Unity for a really long time before we started using this, and I am enjoying this very much. as you can see, as you can probably tell. And now this one can get its... this attack can... That one get... Yo! Rainy dev. I love deving and I love rain, so I feel like we're going to get along. We had a rainy day here the other day. Okay, do I need I need the hand to move across a little bit. Wham, 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 wham. Okay, the hand position on. Reload from disk. Where's our... This is one-handed weapon diagonal /1 on the left hand. Ayo, road to 3K is on. You're not wrong, Turbo. We hit the 2,000 last night, and we're moving fast. I never used an engine in my life. I just know I hate this one. But why? Why? Like I have to know your reasons. I have to. Konmoto, I need to know because we use all engines here. We've used Unity, we've used Godot, we've used Unreal. We just like... Oh, you mean like the... Okay, so look. What you're seeing here, Konmoto, the reason this looks really, really clunky is because the animation system is something I'm authoring myself to use in inside of a procedural animation system. I'm trying to create a few minimal keyframes that I can use to drive animations. So I'm authoring data here. This isn't the usual experience working with the engine. I'm kind of just hacking it together to do what we want, which is really different from the usual experience. Hang in there and you'll see how the engine looks usually. This is not typical. It's not typical. Trust me. The only thing I like is the handsome characters not showing it in the bottom right. Konmoto, trust me, this looks clunky AF, but it's because of my process, not because of the engine itself. It's because of what I'm trying to do. And I appreciate the comment. Thank you. Okay, one-handed weapon diagonal /left. And what we're trying to do is move across the position of our Z-axis to be increased at the end. So this goes up. Am I using the right animation? /left. Yes, there we go. We just needed to click in. And now we can take that rotation in a little bit less. Wham. A little bit more. All right, now I'm liking this animation better than I like the other animation, amazingly, because I quite liked the. It might need to start further left. So we're going to take it from / to right hand. Going to take the X position. Start position a little up. Okay, what's going on there? Oh, it's this weird that keyframe there I didn't intend to put in. Okay, some more rotation on the wrist at this point. Seb has an admirer. Well, he's just being kind. Those are kind words right there. Or maybe Konmoto's not a gent. Maybe it's a I don't know. That could be a Japanese name, and then I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know what to. Who knows? Okay, initially, what I'm saying is the rotation needs to be a little bit more like that, so that the axe isn't colliding with his face. And the other way we can do that is moving it forward on our Z-axis a little bit more aggressively. Other direction. Yeah, a fair bit more here. And it definitely still just needs more wrist tilt. Other way, this way. Initial wrist tilt needs to be more. Or less. Okay, how's this look from behind? Kind of working, guys. All right, let's do it. Edit a layout, default layout. Oh, don't delete layout. Okay, how do you like it now, Konmodo? Is that not nicer? That's simpler, way better. Now this is how it usually will look like. This is usually what the editor looks like. It's not usually as gross as you saw. That was my own custom thing, making it all weird. But now we're good. Now we're good. Okay. Create. Let's do it with our butcher. And here goes. That's a little better. Nice. What's the actual genre of the game? Have you guys not seen this yet? This is a social deduction party game. So this game's called Not Monsters. And yeah, it's a social deduction party game, which means you can imagine this as not like Among Us, crossed with the game Werewolf, if you ever played that with your friends or just like at a party. It's more like a card game. It's Werewolf, where at night the monsters come out and get really strong. During the day, you work together with the villagers to kind of like figure out who the monster is. In this case, to level up, and then you vote for your friends. It's going to be 15 players with the voice chat. And yeah, then from there, the game is about discovering who the monsters are and then working together as villagers to do things like craft weapons and armor and get equipment like food so that you're ready for the fight. And then fighting the monsters together, who are secretly players among you. The monsters get stronger as the game goes on, and so as villagers, you have to work together to get equipment to be able to defend yourself. So it's like, and the monsters are trying to secretly sabotage you as you play. So all right, so that's the outside weapon attack. Now we might need to slow it down just a little bit because that's very fast. Let's make sure our punching is still good. Punching's still good. Yep. We might need to, I don't know, we could let, the punching could have a bit of lean into each punch. He could, like, when you punch, you often have a bit of body motion. So that's one thing we can do. At the moment, we've got twisting like this, but we don't have forward motion. And that's going to improve this punch a little bit. So we might consider doing that. And now, when we have one weapon in the hand, we still attack. Instead of attacking in the same pattern, we now go left, right, left, right, left, right, which is great. Left, right, left, right. Yeah, awesome. I think the single-handed attack animation might be done. Oh, let's test with some corn. Let's see if we can still pick something up. We can still pick something up and hold it in the hand and still do our attack animations even with the item. Excellent. We needed this. That's an important part of it. Let's swap these over. So we'll drop them and then we'll put the axe in the other hand. We'll get the corn in this hand. And now attacking still works. Fantastic. But can you swing the corn? Good question. And yes, you can punch with the corn. You can swing the corn. And what I'm actually going to do is for every held item, I'm going to make it so that there's a little bit of damage for the thing that you have. And we're going to have two-handed weapons. I want to also introduce pillows into the game so that you can hold the pillows with like two hands. And so we haven't done the two-handed things, but I'm going to put like pillows that you can hold with one hand and hit like this, or with two hands, so that people can have pillow fights, because I think that would be a useful way to teach people combat mechanics without any damage. I'm probably going to put them in the lobby. So this here is the this is the game's lobby, and so people are going to be congregating here while they're locked in the space together a little while the match fills up. You can see the 4 pips. The game has a minimum of 4 players, but really it's designed for something like 8 or 9 players. I think is going to be an ideal game, but really 15 players. We want 15 players in the game for this. Okay, great. We can attack with the torch. We're going to have to put a stamina system in pretty soon. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that those attacks are too fast, right? We need to slow them all down just a bit. We might even be able to honestly use that sword attack. Harry, how you doing? Welcome back. Oh, what happened to that thing? It's gone. It's out of here. I'm not getting that back. This is why we might need crouch. Crouch in the game would mean you could get under here. At the moment you can because it's glitched, but we need to fix that glitch. Got it. Perhaps holding the items in the other hand could give damage or speed buffs for the other weapons. Can you think of one of those plants? Because at the moment what you can do is we're going to be able to eat the object. So with something like a corn will have an effect where if you eat corn, it's going to replenish your health and stamina. So one advantage might be that, oh, I just kicked that sword and sent it. Where the hell did it go? Oh, I hit it through the ground. That's wild. So you could be like in this situation, right? Where you have a weapon and you're attacking, and then you can eat the corn, right? So, you know, at the moment, the idea is if you have a usable item, if I hold Q, if I tap Q, he'll drop. If I press and hold, he'll go, and the resource will deplete, and his like health and stamina would increase as a result of it. So the idea is you need to produce those resources so that you can like, you know, you could in a fight, you could use them to heal. But in between fights, you can also use it to, can I use a torch? I actually, the first time I brought a torch here and I saw the field, I was like, you know what? I absolutely have to make it so that I can do this, so that I can torch the popcorn. I want to do that. I would love to do that. I would love to make the popcorn go. So it is on the backlog. I think I put it in, where was it? No, it wasn't on the backlog. I do need to do that. I'll put it under the Easter eggs. Plus corn equals popcorn. It is planned. It's planned, Rainy Dev. It's a good idea and it's planned. Well, that's freaking awesome. I think we need to make the torch an attackable item. So that would be a handy change. So then the torch, I don't know. What do you guys think? This is maybe we need clubs. We need clubs. This is obviously like a hack. I think we need a slash and we need clubs as well, as distinct sets of animations. Okay, where do we go with this thing? Because that sword works, but I still feel like he's hacking with the sword. He's not swinging with the sword. And the sword honestly should be a two-handed thing as well. Stamina might be a thing. Maybe we should work on the stamina system next. Okay. Let's commit this because this is working quite well. Okay, improved our we added a second one-hand attack. Added alternate one-hand slash. Added alternate one-hand hack animation. And at the same time, improved animation system with wrist turn. Okay, good. Two-handed longsword, yeah. And I think one of the like brand things that I want to do with this game is make big weapons. So these weapons seem big as they are, like the axe and the sword already seem pretty chunky and big. What I want to do is like a two-handed sword would be like 1.5 times the size of this sword here, right? 1.5 times the size of this. So already I think this looks pretty chunky, but I want it to get even bigger. This is coming along well, guys. Gotta say. Coming along well. Not bad. Not too bad. Oh, I like the jump attack. Yeah, have you seen that? Have you seen the double-handed forward jump attack? Ready? Ah! Ah! It's so good. I could probably do it. Honestly, it would probably increase the damage too. It's so cool, yeah. And it's also like you can kind of time it too, so it's like you could just spam. Though doing a jumping attack would take in theory, is going to take a lot of stamina. It's going to take a lot of stamina. All right, should I mean, maybe the next sensible thing is the stamina system, or I think maybe the health system. The health system is the next most important thing. There is a stamina system which will be important, but the health system, I think, is the next thing. And then consumable items needs to go onto the list. Consume items. So, okay, object weight. Okay, equipment. I think we can like... Equipment has that. Consumable items. Consumables. This is like items. Object weight consumables. Super amazing. Yeah, pretty good, right? Ah, punching. Punching, punch, 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 punch. And then... attacking. Attack. It's a thing. It's a thing. Okay. The active ragdoll might be kind of important to do before or after the animations. We need to think about it. I gave some ideas above, just yapping, but perhaps it gives you some ideas. Hold on, plants. Let me find them. I might have missed them. Perhaps holding some items on the other hand could give damage or speed buffs for the other weapon hand. Is that what you're referring to, plants? Because I did talk to that. The idea there was that the other hand will have... I think like there's going to be a shield for blocking. There's going to be a like you could use items. You can use items to reduce to eat, to recharge during a fight. There was a newer message too. Plants. The last message I got was maybe some non-edible items that villagers can craft: horseshoe for luck, medallion for damage, feather for speed, pillow for damage reduction, and so on. Right. Yeah, I gotcha. Horseshoe for luck would be interesting. I don't have any plan to introduce any system with randomness that would account for luck. Medallion for damage would be interesting. But all of the, like, I think the way you're thinking of the model of this game is a little bit different from the way that I'm building it, plants. The, like, damage in this game is not going to be based on, like, a fixed number. It's going to be on, like, the speed. I guess there will be a damage multiplier on the weapons. It's mostly going to be the speed of the item and the impact with the object. So, I mean, how can I need to, like... I need to get into the damage system. I mean, now's a good time to think about it out loud and explain what I have in mind for it. You're very smart, Seb. Thank you, Turbo. I've read that message now, Turbo. I think the idea for the damage system is the force of an object is equal to the mass of the object times its acceleration, right? Force is mass times acceleration. And then we're going to have something like sharpness as well. And so objects are going to have mass. Objects are going to have sharpness. And then the damage that an object will do when it collides with something is going to be equal to the mass multiplied by the sharpness multiplied by the force of the object. And that's how we're going to get to this. So if you manage to, like, if you were a character, that's basically it. So stronger characters, I think, might be able to attack with more speed, or there'll be less stamina involved in it. And so, like smaller characters who aren't so strong with a big object won't be able to swing it as quickly. And And so that's how I'm planning to make the damage happen, is calculate it like that. So with something like the horseshoe, what we could actually do is make the horseshoe a factor like sharpness that does damage. But the plan is really to just use physics to determine the damage of the object by taking those different variables and combining them together. Main idea being that the crafted items could have buffs too, which would encourage characters, interactions, and crafting, not just consumable items. Yeah, maybe those can be equipment items like worn items, but I think held items maybe not so much for this. But yeah. Ha 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 ha. Rah. All right. Okay, we've got our animations. Let's actually move on to damage here. Okay. While we wait, actually, did this get cancelled? Didn't we do a new run? Oh, yes, we did. So this needs to change. Let's see. We need the rerun past. All right, let's give this another shot then. We're going to rerun all of it. That can run here. Other thing we're doing is, let's see, we're going to let's go take this. No, we're going to go here. We're going to resubmit that and see how we go with that now that we've corrected this issue here. Okay. The character rig was fixed. The animation tooling had its improvement. Okay, we're using the animation harness an awful lot. Switching back and forth from the harness to the editor is quite cumbersome though. A better approach may be for us to migrate the harness into a full editor extension. This is a huge change, but let's evaluate the scope of doing it. I want an assessment of the complexity, the risk of failure. Yo, hold on, Goldie. He's too locked in. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I need to set up that auto scene switcher like I planned to. There's a lot of work you guys... I mean, hold on. It was really just... There's a bit you guys missed there. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. How long... Sorry that you had to spend 100 bits to snap me out of my incompetence there. Will damage also be affected by the limb that got hit? Headshot equals more damage than the arm. Yeah, super. That's the plan. That's 100% the plan. I should start writing this down. So... we've got damage calculations. Force damage equals force times mass times sharpness times acceleration. Force times mass times sharpness times acceleration. This is going to be the target weakness or target vulnerability. target vulnerability multiplied by force times mass times sharpness times acceleration. The thing I could just do with that though, Super Valley, is just say those parts of the body have a different amount of like, do I do it like that or not? I could do something, and I'm not saying I do this. I could actually do something. How will the scene automatically change? Turbo, we had something like that working in the past, but Windows is like the operating system is aware of your currently focused, it's aware of your currently focused application. And what I could do is write something that taps into Windows to have it like notify a system in OBS which window was tabbed to, and then I can cue the operation in OBS to change scene based on the application that I open. So what that would be is like I'd write myself a tool that is my chat tool, and that would be, you know, or I'd just use like a Chrome window that's connected to the Twitch chat, and then when I switch to that to speak to you, it would in and out. You know, the chat would happen there and it'd go into that scene. And then if I changed to my IDE, it would go back to this scene. Or if I went to like my web browser to look something up, it would move to that. That's my idea for that, Turbo. We were going to do it for a little while, and we even got started on the project with like a couple of hours of the stream, but I never really, there were more important things for me to do. I can hit a button to change my scene for now. Double yums. Have I ever been to the Outback? Yes, I have spent a fair bit of time in the Outback, like exploring and camping and on holidays and that kind of thing. Depends what you mean by the Outback too, but like just in general, yes. I've even been to like the Australian Outback, where it's very barren and you know, there's lots of orange soil and stuff. The stereotypical Aussie Outback. I've been there too, so it's that's a hard yes to that one. Okay, we're using the animation harness an awful lot. Switching back and forth from the harness to the editor is quite cumbersome. A better approach may be for us to migrate the harness into the full editor extension. This is a huge refactor. This is a huge change, but let's evaluate the scope of doing it. I want assessment of the complexity and the risks and the risk of breaking existing behavior before we go ahead with making this change. Scope. Break the process down into discrete phases and score them with complexity and risk. Yeah, this is our animation tooling. I do think we need to do this, and we might wind up with a cool plugin this way as well. Level 99 spiders. I actually think, if I'm being honest, double yums, the spiders in more tropical locations, like where I grew up, are a lot more intimidating. Just like you'll get spiders like literally the size of my hand, like big spiders. Maybe not quite that big. Maybe like about that big. You know, they cover your face about maybe a bit bigger than the circle my hand can make. You get spiders like that, and they're really common. There's one particular species called the huntsman, and the huntsman is just like everywhere in tropical Australia. In Queensland, where I grew up, it's freaking everywhere. And I mean, like, you would see during spring and like spring going into summer, you would see on a daily basis in the house where I grew up, because that was in the like a fairly tropical bushland part of Australia, you would see spiders like that big 2 or 3 times a day, because it was like my house was so in the bush and there was so little like barriers between inside and outside that you'd see them all the freaking time. And in certain places it's like that. But in Melbourne, like honestly, I don't think I've seen a single huntsman in Melbourne. I think the largest spider I've probably seen in Melbourne is about this big. But in Queensland, you'll see like good big chunky spiders. Hold on, I'll show you what a huntsman looks like. Huntsman. Huntsman spider. That's the huntsman. That's what the huntsmans look like. And that's about how big they get compared to your hand. They're like, those are some chunky boys. Those spiders, big spiders. But yeah, welcome to Australia. Are Aussies just not fazed by spiders? Probably naive, but it seems rarer that they have arachnophobia. Well, the huntsman spider is actually, yeah, what Jason's saying is absolutely right. Like, I don't know anyone who's ever been bitten by a huntsman. And if you did get bitten by a huntsman, it'd be like, oh, I have this tiny annoying little welt, and a day later you would be fine. So it's like it's on the scope of like dangerous spiders, the huntsman is completely harmless, but there are still people who get afraid of them. Fasfi is a great example. Fasfi is a great example of she actually is terrified by huntsman spiders, mostly because she when she was a kid, she stuck her foot in a shoe with a huntsman spider, and the huntsman like ran up her leg and she completely lost her shit. It was a really scary moment when she was quite young. So she doesn't like them. And I think a lot of girls don't like don't leak your sister's spite fears. A fear of spiders is a pretty normal thing. I don't know if I'm like, but fair enough, Jason, fair enough. But yeah, so lots of people are afraid of spiders, but then I was like the designated, spider catcher when we were kids, because mum was pretty she didn't want to, I don't think, to be fair, Jason, I don't think Fass is particularly scared of spiders. If anything, she's a little bit more, not afraid of spiders than most people, because she grew up with a lot of spiders around. So I don't think I would say that's a fear or phobia of hers. She's probably just on par with most people about spiders, but because she grew up with them, she's a little less afraid of them. But then there are like other people are really afraid of spiders, but like that's not Fass. But she won't pick them up with her hands, for instance. She might put a container over it and slide a thing under, and it's yeah. But then they're like the spiders that are actually bad here, double yums, are the really small ones, like the huntsman spiders, the funnel web spiders. There's a spider here called is it the funnel web? I think it's the funnel web that's bad and lives down here in Melbourne. So it's not the funnel web. It's I need to find it. Hold on. The super venomous Melbourne spider. No. I mean, this redback, hold on, this is the one I'm thinking of. No. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Like, for instance, we did a stream fairly recently, and I was fixing up a friend's backyard. I don't know if you guys know Kaz. Kaz is a really good streamer who's local here too. I was doing some yard work. This is it. The Sydney spider. This one is what I'm thinking of. Where is it? This is the one I'm thinking of. That's the dangerous one. I don't know why it's not in the other lists. Sydney. So maybe I confused them. This one, it is the funnel web. So the funnel web is the danger, like the quite dangerous one that might be in Melbourne. Maybe that one isn't even in Melbourne. But anyway, and yeah. So we found a redback while we were doing her backyard, which was a bit spooky because I like picked up an object with the redback in the object right next to my hand, and I dropped it really quickly, but. No one can get her. You know why, Goalie? Because when we were kids, At night, while she was walking through the dark house, I would go, bah, and scare her. And she built up a resistance. She's now resistant. JFC, that's really observant of you. It's actually not a Black Widow. It's a descendant or I think the Black Widow, it's closely related to the Black Widow, but it's not a Black Widow. It's a completely different species, and I think it's far more venomous than a Black Widow. Even though a Black Widow is actually quite venomous, the Redback I think is more venomous. Like, fact check me, please, but I think that's the case. Okay, I went to go to work one morning at 5 a.m. and my car was outside and grabbed a door handle. And and it was furry, needed to say it scared the ish out of me. It was a huge huntsman. Yeah, I've been driving down the highway one time at top speed in my clanky old car that was parked in the backyard in the bush. And I've had a huntsman climb out of the air vent, climb across the speedometer and stuff, back up the other side while I'm here driving. It's like right here with my hand as I'm on the wheel, and climb back into the other air vent. And I was just like, it's not going to hurt you. Don't freak out. Don't worry. Don't mind. It's fine. It will go. This will pass. But apparently huntsmen kill more people than any other species of spider in Australia due to the motor vehicle accidents that they cause. People having a spider on them in the car while they're driving down the highway, freaking out and then crashing. It's that's apparently why they are the more dangerous spider. Run, girl, run. Yeah. No, Australia, you don't see them that much. In Melbourne, honestly, I haven't seen many spiders at all down here. I really haven't seen any spiders at all. Okay. Migrating the hand action authoring harness into Godot editor extension is worthwhile, but it should not be done as a big bang rewrite. The current harness is a large runtime system and a scene file. A scene would preview world, direct keyboard mouse input, asset, reload and mirror, runtime service dependencies, and integration tests that instantiate the harness directly. Medium high risk if fully migrated. Moderate complexity, low risk if phased while keeping the existing harness scene alive as a behavioral baseline. Okay. Did it say medium low? Low to medium risk if phased. So yeah, we're going to phase it. Okay, main risks. The current harness runs like game scene, and editor plugin has a different life cycle. Yep. Mirroring writes authored animation assets, so moving that into the editor UI needs careful configuration and status handling. Existing integration coverage is scene-based and will not fully provide the dock and plugin behavior. That's okay. A private preview viewport. Okay, we can do one of two things here, guys. We can... No, okay, so... Let's create a new plans folder inside of the documents. Take this plan and write it up as a fully detailed markdown that we can execute on at a later date. Move any other existing plans into this folder also. Into this folder also. This can go, and we're gonna create a plan for this, and then we're gonna keep this in mind as a later thing to do. I'm going to call it tech debt. This can go. So this is going to be our animation authoring in editor. And then we're going to, which documents should the later implementation move into? Move files with a plan roadmap intent only. Yep. Also move backlog, follow-up, and verification matrix documents. Yeah, we'll do that. And then we'll have a new document here that will explain this, and we'll treat it as technical debt. I think we have one-handed animations in. We need shield and block animations. We need a punch whoosh effect for sure. We need weapon whoosh effects. Particle effects, particle effects. Okay. Well, this place is still jumping. It's always jumping, Scrug. It's always jumping. How you doing, Scrug? Yeah, good to see you. Hold up. Actually, it's a fair point. The emotes do indeed still live. There you go, my friend. We crossed 2K followers. Yeah, man. Pretty freaking exciting. Pretty freaking exciting stream. Huge for us. Huge. Okay. I'll lock into the explicit roadmap documents. I'm doing one quick reference search. So the later move plans. It's me, Nico. Oh my god, thank you, Nico, for the prime sub. Huge. I appreciate you. It's me, Mario, Nico. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate you. You've been tuning in a lot lately. I reckon you're probably on a good stream streak, man. Huge. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Create docs and plans and caption a harness extension migration assessment. Okay. We're going to create a docs and plans folder. We're going to make hand action authoring harness. Oh my gosh, 25% to completing a goal already. Already. Oh man, good stuff. Okay, the other existing plans means roadmaps, backlog, all stays. The new migration assessment is documentation only. Yes, go for it. All right, cool. Pretty great. I'm very psyched that we do. One thing we do need to do is treat the, we probably need separate slashes in combat and animations. We need two-handed weapon animations, shield blocks. We're going to need, there's a lot of animating that we actually still have to do. So there's a good chance that having an animator will be a really smart move. So we're going to need other weapon types. Slash. One hand slash. Slash animations. Because we've got a hack animation. We want a slash animation. One hand so bash animations. We've got slashes. We're going to have bashes for clubs, for blades. All right, what else do we need? We've got... Okay, I don't know the last time I checked in, but I got a new job and took over a small part of their web dev. And the previous developer wanted to centralize authentication by checking email and group membership on initial login, which then set text box values like is admin yes and no or blank, and then reference that text box anytime an admin screen was accessed. No comment. No comment on that. No comment on that one. Good luck. Good luck, Scrug. I hope you get more and more responsibilities so that you're not stuck. You're not stuck with a person doing something else. Okay, timed out waiting for the browser extension. Open the browser tab. Resume. Resume. I think it still hasn't fixed its issue. Pause requested. So let's see. The attached screenshot shows the start of the run when the text was supposed to be placed in the input field. The regression after the extension refactor has still not corrected the previous issue. We should be able to select input and place text into it. And it appears that this is still not working in the okay, let's leave that going. I need to think about that one. We're not going to deal with that one right now. The animation tooling, it's going to get its documentation. And then I think the thing we really should be doing is probably damage. There's so much more here that needs iterating on, but I don't want to go for depth. We're going to go breadth first. That's the way we're working through this, guys, is breadth first. And by that, I mean see how there's lots of different categories? All right, this is tech debt. That's a different thing. Combat all needs a tab in. Combat has animations. I think these items might be... This is tech debt though. Character and player. What I'm talking about when I say I want to go for breadth and not depth. So I want to hit key parts of every one of these, like areas of the project. And I think the next one is like, I want to stay focused on combat. And that means, so these damage systems and stamina systems are what we need to hit next. So we've got animations, we've got damage calculations, and we've got stamina systems. And so combat is done. The next thing that moves us like forward to being closer to play something that's fun has got to be damage. It has got to be damage. So I think we've got damage, and that's going to have calculations. We need to have damageables. Damageables, we're going to have... I mean, one thing that we know we're going to need, and we may as well do this for funsies, you know. For funsies, we're going to need something to hit And I think it would be fun. It would be fun to just create an accessory here that's a scarecrow. Let's do it. So let's start with a scarecrow. It's Nico. Hold on. When you get a moment, would you mind going through how you're integrating AI into your workflow? Apart from the video generation, I'm more focused on which ones you're using and how you're using them to code, voice transcribing, etc., and how you balance using them versus doing things yourself. Nico, lately, I've been doing my AI integrations through this tool, which I wrote myself to manage the process. This is Blink. Blink is a tool that taps into a bunch of external systems, and I now dispatch my instructions. I can manage it through the UI here, but mostly it's happening through the CLI. So I'm creating CLI tools and skills, and then getting that to drive this system, which is then delegating work to APIs like web integrations, a whole bunch of stuff like that. So I do need to do it, Micro. I do need to explain this stuff. What I think I'm going to have to do is probably I'm going to try and make a YouTube video and explain it in detail there. So yeah, like stay tuned for that, man. Stay tuned for that, Nico. I'd love to share it with everyone, but I think going into too much detail here now is just going to derail me from being productive. But trust me, I know I'm on the forefront of this. The way that I'm working is like pretty advanced in terms of the way that people do this stuff. I'm excited to try and turn this into a YouTube video that anybody can take and run with. Goldie hasn't gone into lurk mode yet. Oh my god, it's 2 a.m. already. How did that happen so quick? It's because we started stream late. Let's at least get a scarecrow in here so we have something that we can beat up. What's an idea for something that you could plausibly hit in a church? What about like a mannequin with the priest's robes on it? I mean, yeah, hold on. This is just going to be a... let's take... From downloads... Actually, why don't I do that? I really need to... Where's our church? Copy as PNG. Copy? Paste? Hello? I'll just download it. In the following church, I need to add an object for a computer game. Actually, you know what? Let's do this in not monsters. While players are waiting in the lobby, I want to give them something to do. I want to give them something to do. We're going to have attacking and damage systems in the game soon. So I'd like to add an object that seems appropriate for this environment, but can be attacked like a attack dummy or punching bag style object. I need it to be appropriately themed here so that it fits in with the appearance of the environment inside of a chapel. Brainstorm 5 ideas that represent the best things I could make to place in here. Maybe a straw scarecrow? Yeah, but like, why would a scarecrow be in the chapel is the question. Like, we should definitely do the straw scarecrow for outside. This one's funny. The accused heretic effigy. Holy trading bell or confessional gong. Padded penitent dummy. Yeah, these are great. These are great. The accused heretic effigy and padded penitent dummy are fun ideas. I need to do one thing first. So this project has sources. I mean, where's my actual library? There's a lot of like, I think I need to, oh, they all appear in, okay, all images appear in library now. All right, that's fine. A fun ideas is a fun idea. Please place it within the image of the chapel so I can get an idea of what this would look like and where it would be. Okay, you could place a monster as a target dummy. Yeah, I think it would be really funny if there was like a monster, if there was a monster like, how do you explain it? A monster, like a straw person dressed up to look like a monster, like a scarecrow that looks like a monster would be really fun. That'd be a good play. Yeah, I think that'd be really funny. So that's a good idea. All right, we'll see that in a hot minute. In the meantime, all right, all that tooling has been placed in there now. I'm tempted to do that, but I think we need to move forward on... I mean, the attack dummy is going to be a handy thing to do anyway. It'll be fun to have in the world. We need something to attack, so let's just build that first. We'll build that first and take it from there. Let me have a quick look at this, though. Okay. The prompt data is still reaching this, but the generic extension fill primitive is too weak for that. Okay. Non-actionable hidden composer candidates. Insertion report success without proving the editor text actually changed. Returning prompt length. Yep. Animation tooling. No, we're not doing that. We're doing... Yeah, let's lock in here, see how it went. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Okay. Remove the church environment and just render the effigy on its own. And then we could make a wooden sword and stuff as well. That would be pretty funny. Maybe a straw scarecrow and give it clothes. Yeah. You can place a monster as a target dummy. Like place that werewolf from the intro clip in the church. Yeah. I think this one's pretty funny because it represents what I imagine what a person who's never seen a monster might imagine the monster looks like. So this is a good one. I think we'll work on this. Okay. Then we can start at the same time. We can start here. We need to work on getting the next huge phase of the project is in front of us. Big epic of the projects in front of us. Damage for the weapons. Damage for the weapons. I have a good idea of how I want this to work, but we need to flesh it out in a lot of detail before we move forward to implement it. Okay, we're also actually going to, since this is a big system, okay, we added plan for editor action authoring system. Oh, what was that? Ooh. You can make your own freaking commit messages in here now. I kind of like that. I'm into that. Where can I do that? Hey, please help you. We will if we can. If we can, Mr. Apu, we can help. What's up? How's it going? Welcome in. What can we do for you? Exactly. Okay, edits, preferences, integrations. I don't think this is what we want. We want hell yeah. All right, I'm definitely doing that in a hot minute. General commit. Yeah, this is great. We're going to have that. We'll be using that. I want to create a simple website that will store data, but don't know how to do it. What kind of data do you want to store, Mr. Apu? Can you elaborate a little bit more? Okay. Okay. Also updated to updates to backlog. Added a plan for the edit authoring systems. Yes, do it. Ship it. And then we're going to make a new branch and we're going to check it out and we're going to call this damage. Okay, I really need your help. Data of minerals prices and industries. Minerals prices and industries. Is this like you want to track like market trends over time or something like that, Mr. Apu? Is that the idea? Because like if you like a website that stores data could be, I want people to sign up to my mailing list. And then the data it stores is just a single like string, a single piece of information that's a person's email. And then, yeah, that's fairly straightforward. But then you could say, I want to track I want to track the price of oil over time. And that's like that's a very different thing, you know? They're two very different beasts. Seems like that is the goal, Seb. Yeah, God of War, you're saying that yes, please help. It will be able to use the information of the data. Okay, Mr. Apu, what you want to do, if you want to make a website that can take in a lot of information and write a lot of information, am I getting this right that you want to do this, you want to write it yourself, and you want to know like how you should do it and what technology you should use? Is that the idea? I mean, let's not assume, God of War. Okay, Mr. Apu, how much knowledge, how technical are you? How technical are you right now? Thumbs up, but like okay, let me ask you some questions. Just answer a few of these questions. Have you written any code before? Do you know what HTML and CSS are? Do you understand like the principles of programming? HTML, okay, you've done HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and SQL. Okay. How modern does it need to be? Is this something that is just for you, or is it something that's going to go live on the internet? Just thinking out loud, Seb, thumbs up. Yeah. Thumbs up. Is this going to be something that goes live that other people have to use, or is this just for your own reference? Usually with a web page, it's something that somebody else is going to use, I'm guessing. You want to use this to get information out there. Seb GPT working extra hard for the chat today with a personalized plan to learn to go. Well, yeah, well, there's so many questions. It's Micro, look, I honestly, Micro, what I'm trying to do with this stream is just not just make stuff. I want to inspire people to make things too. And so if a person comes here with grand goals and no idea how to do it, I'm so happy to be like, go that way, like learn these things, do this stuff. Mr. Apu, that's the next question is like, who is this for? Who are you building it for? I'm guessing there's a long message coming here, so I'll check back in and we'll see it in a minute. You're a good man, Seb. It's awesome. Yeah, well, thanks. I appreciate that. Change this to more neutral lighting. The code doctor is in session, indeed. Tracking mineral prices seems like a small amount of data. You could cobble it together with almost anything. I mean, not necessarily. It depends on how many sources. No problem, Mr. Apu, but you still haven't answered the question about, like, who is it for? Who are you creating this for? Who needs to read it? And is it going to go on the internet or is it just for you? Okay, come on. Next image, please. I almost need to just like make myself a little console command to remove checkerboards so that it doesn't matter if I have a checkerboard. Okay. Just a heads up, Mr. Rupe, you don't have to redeem with every message. You can, we will read most messages out loud anyway. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I do my best. Ragathan, well, I guess you're going to have price granularity down to the minute. It could get into the millions. Exactly. It depends. We just need so much more. We need to know so much more about your project before you can have any decent answers. That's the second time that sword fell through the floor. Micro, thank you, Micro. That's really generous of you. That's really generous. Now,
Hey,
Apu doesn't
Micro
have
gifted
to.
a tier 1 sub to Mripor. They have given 66 gift subs in the channel.
Okay. All right, that's working well. That's good. Now, let's put this in here. That can go. Where does it even go? This is not natural things. It's not architecture. I think this probably belongs here in... I mean, is it a utility decoration or a... I mean, these architectural... I think it's a utility decoration. We're going to stick that there. That belongs here. It's time to go. Good night, Goldie. Sleep well. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging in. 2 a.m. Dude, I love that you're operating on a schedule lately, man. You've like clockwork. I appreciate you. All right, Mr. Apu, you got your message ready? The question is, who is the intended audience for your thing? Who are you making it for? Okay. Can I give it to you and you don't post it on GitHub so I import to use? Are you saying like, is it all right if I give you the project and then I work on it here on stream? Is that the suggestion, Mr. Apu? Yes, please. Mr. Apu, I'm so sorry. Right now I'm kind of like in the middle of we're making this computer game. And we can't really take time out. I mean, if you had budget, I'm actually director of a software development studio. There are lots of software development studios out there who would like gladly work on projects like that if you're interested in doing that. But unfortunately, those are a little bit costly. And if I was doing it for you, I would have to take time away from working on my game, which is a little bit. Right now I'm really trying to make good progress on making this product, which this will take a lot of my time for a while still. But I mean, I really admire that you want to make something and that you want to make it yourself. That's really, really cool. And if you want guidance about how to make it, I'm very happy to point you in the right direction for stuff to do. And if you're happy to commission the work, I can point you in the direction of lots of different like great developers who are able to do it. And if you want to learn how to do it yourself, I'm very happy to point you in the right direction to create something like that. Oh my, look at that. Why is a hype train happening like right now? Micro gifted a sub 3 minutes ago. It seems like a really delayed hype train. Okay, I need guidance then. Okay, then I need to guide you in the right direction and I need to know in which direction you're going. So the next big question to ask is, who is the application for? Who are you building this for? Your game is slick. Thank you, Apu. I appreciate it, man. So far, it's coming along. It's looking pretty good. I'm excited by it. I'm really hoping the game's going to be good. I'm really hoping that lots of people love it. But yeah, so the question about your application still stands. Who's the target audience? Because that changes how you would build it significantly. And what's the data source is another really important thing. But yeah, like I think that's a more granular question. It's actually for a government company, and I can't really let it down. Okay, it's for a government company. Do you have a budget for this? If it's for a government company, it's very likely that you will have some financial resources at your disposal. And then what you want to do is probably put together a decent design document, and you want to take it to a software development studio that can do something like that. Or I can point you in the right direction to do it yourself. But if it's okay, so it's for a government company. How error resistant does it need to be? Does it have to be like, can it have mistakes, or does it need to be really, really robust? Because that changes the way that you would create this thing. And like, I would question, like, maybe it doesn't even need to be a website, right? It might not even need to be a website, Mr. Apu. You can maybe do this with a different set of technologies completely. You might even just be able to track this in a spreadsheet. Like, why not put this information in a spreadsheet if the information is important? Often the best solution isn't the most sophisticated one, it's the simplest one. If all you need is something that takes in data and tracks it over time, then a spreadsheet is probably fine. I'm an intern, and the first impression is needed. Okay, it might not need to be a website. So have you considered like who's putting data in? Who's putting the data in? Let's start there. Who's the person putting the data in? Okay, while we do that, okay, the next epic for the project is in front of us. Damage for. Okay, I have a good idea of how I want this to work, but I need to flesh it out in a lot of detail before we move forward to implement. Okay, I can use Visual Basic. So Visual Basic, the programming language, then you might want to look at using something like Maui is a great modern web front end that you can use Visual Basic, and you can write a Visual Basic backend for that. So it sounds like you're in a .NET environment. You need to be working with Visual Studio. Like, you need to download and install Visual Studio, but you already know that if you're using Visual Basic. You want to look into technologies like this. Maui is one really good. You can use this to publish a website if you want to, but it can also just like run a local application. This is one good thing that I'm pretty sure supports Visual Basic. Or just use Power BI. Another great suggestion. Power BI is another fantastic suggestion. It's a data visualizer. And it can work with all sorts of sources of data like SQL. You mentioned that you've used SQL before. Power BI is another great solution. I'm pretty sure that if it's a government organization, they'll absolutely be able to, like, you can start for free and they'll be able to, afford the cost of maintaining it in the long term. So that's another great suggestion by Ragathan. So that would be another way to do it. But yeah, so Visual Basic, I would recommend not building a project that you want to maintain for a long time on Visual Basic. The next closest programming language that will feel familiar if you know your way around Visual Basic is C#. I would definitely say try doing C# instead. Do you have people around you at your work that work on projects that you are talking about? I'm guessing he's an intern and might be trying to come up with something without the support of without the support of a development team. Presumably, if they had a development team, they'd probably do that themselves. Okay, we are going to. I know that the damage. We are aiming for for physics-based damage, where we use formulas like the following to derive the final damage applied. Damage equals target vulnerability multiplied by the mass of weapon. Force, sorry. Why did I put force in here? That's not right. Mass times acceleration. Mass times acceleration times sharpness target vulnerability times do you have okay, so all right, Mr. Apu, if you really want to do this in the web, you're probably going to need a little bit more than your HTML and CSS. I would say you need to start to learn some JavaScript in order to work with React. React would be a really good way to do this. If you already know Visual Basic, then an application that runs on the computer might be better. I'm pretty sure Power BI does support a fair bit of coding too that lets you make a front end for the stuff that you want. We also need to know who is going to put the information in. Is it going to be people at this organization? Are they going to be putting the data in? Do you need to get the data from like a website? Do you need to get it from somewhere else? Power BI is the front end. Yeah. Yep. It pulls the data. Yes, yes. I've actually never personally used Power BI, but I have seen the things that it can do, and I know that it's like pretty development friendly. The people at the organization are going to put the data in. All right, all right. And are they going to do this like, are they all spread out? Do they have like an IT department? Because then a website might be more attractive, right? And maybe though, if that data is private to the company, now you're going to need things like it'll need to run on the intranet, so you have to think about that kind of thing. Will you be able to host an SQL server? Is there somewhere that you can actually? Okay, all spread out. I am the only IT department. All right, then you probably want a web server. So you're gonna want a web server with SQL running on it. Vercel, if you want to actually do a website, I can recommend deploying on something called Vercel. That's pretty cheap and easy to work with. Okay, I can use XAMPP. Okay, that's like for like Apache, right? It's a tool that lets you put Apache distributions on like with different databases for the server. Okay, so that's going to be your database. Then you could put it behind Apache, and you could just use something like React, a React app. I would say a React application is probably really good with that. You want to get up to speed with those technologies. Go and do a bunch of tutorials with React, and especially with something like Node on the back end could be really good, and then host it on a place like Vercel. And there's lots of tutorials that can teach you to do the basics of that. I would definitely recommend learning to do it for yourself first without any AI. But then once you understand it, you can use tools like Codex or Claude to help you along. But don't do it too soon, or you'll just be left with a bunch of code that you don't know how to maintain or change. Okay, so does that all make sense? And you can clip this if you want, or you can look back at the VOD to get these different buzzwords, because I just threw a lot of words at you, and if they're going to make any sense or do any good, what you need to do is take up those words and do research on each of them to understand what they are, what problem they solve, how they would fit into a solution if you were going to make it. You really need to do a lot of learning if this is going to be successful, Mr. Apu. There's a lot that needs to be learned. So like, buckle up, man, and good luck. Okay, the next big epic of the project is in front of us. Physics-based damage. Keep in mind that the game will have combat that should play like gang beasts with the motion, but with weapons and items and physical damage that's applied to the characters. I want to calculate damage through accounting for factors like I don't mind answering a huge number of questions to get to the best possible design for this, as it's literally the core of the combat gameplay. Consider that the way this system will work must interact with all of our current animation systems and attacking systems. There are docs for these in docs. Be sure to consult the documentation as well as the implementations if there's any ambiguity about designs during planning. Let's start with the planning. Okay. Now let's see. We did have something else going on. Okay, Apache NT-PHP admin. I mean, you could write it in PHP if you're a masochist, if you really want to subject yourself to that kind of struggle. But I can't in good conscience recommend that you build something on that stack. It might be the right way to go if you're really really new at this and trying to learn, but it's yeah. Okay, I'm also yeah, there might be a bit of a language barrier that you'll have reading some documentation. What's your first language, Mr. Apu? If you don't mind me asking, I'm sorry if that question comes off. I don't mean for that to, I don't mean for you to take offense to that question, but I am curious about that. Because there's a there's a lot that you can do. Might be time to let it rest for a bit, Seb. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, God of War. Fair enough. The issue was still in the generic browser extension. Okay, so we still had an issue. Let's see if we actually fixed said issue. Okay. Here's a browser tab. No, sir. Okay, this ain't bad. We can work with this. We need to change this to a 3D model, to a low poly 3D model. Change this to low poly 3D model. Yep. Just that on its own. Okay. Open browser tab. And then, hold on, it's canceled. So what am I actually even doing? What I do need to do is resubmit new. There. Go to that tab. Did that select appropriately? Oh, I think I understand. Hold on. We need to manage extensions, load that. Then we should have our version again. Yep. And I think there's a little too much overhead managing this so far, but okay, then we can start this. Okay. Yeah, Ragathan is probably right there. If you know those languages, then you should have a really good like foundation on which to build all that stuff. Yeah, yeah. To answer your question, Seb, Mr. Apu was from Gander. Yeah. If you learnt all that stuff in tertiary, you should have a pretty good foundation for it. It still didn't do. It still didn't work. All right, we need to cancel that. Still, the process didn't work. It seems as though we added a new function that enabled us to enter text and validate that it had been successfully inserted. Was this the case? Because if that passed its tests, it certainly didn't in the run workflow run that just completed. We still have the regression in place after the recent extension refactor. In that our Hanyan and that our GPT plugin is failing to insert any text. Okay. What should the baseline weapon damage feel like in normal villager versus villager fights? Most hits sap. I mean, that's not. We'll let it ask its questions, but that's not the right. Those aren't the right questions. I'm even thinking of using fawns. I'm just under a lot of pressure. Yeah, Mr. Apu, I'm sorry that you're feeling all of that pressure. All I can say is like go ahead and try it. If you're able to, I would go and use some tools like if you know all of those languages and stuff, using something like Claude Code or Codex might really help you along. But only if you really know those technologies quite well. God of War, that's like... He's not saying there's too much pressure, just that there's a lot of pressure. It's I feel like telling him that it's not the job for him is not necessarily... That's his decision. He'll make that on his own, God of War. He doesn't need to be told that by us. He'll make that decision up on, on his own. Any job is pressuring. Yeah, exactly. What should the baseline weapon damage feel like in a normal villager versus villager fight? Most hit stamina and control first. Death usually requires repeated hits or finishing a downed target. Yeah, I think I did decide that. Clean weapon hits can kill quickly, with stamina still contributing to knockouts and control less. Simulation harsh. I think we're going stamina first. The exception here being bladed weapons. I think bladed weapons are... Bladed weapons are probably going to be powerful. I think if we upgrade to the point where we have a really sharp... Maybe we need to make a distinction between blunt damage and... Okay, hold on. We did write some of this in the game design document, so... Okay, our GDD. Okay. Physics-based combat. Combat system. I've forgotten an important detail that needs to be considered before going forward with any planning. Review what's been documented in GDD about the combat system and what it needs to achieve. I think this extension will help. When you say extension, you're referring to like you're referring to using. I mean, you can use GPT and you can use Codex and you can use Claude. A lot of those things help you along the way when developing something. The black box is great. Try it out. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Give it a try. Give it a try. I would recommend. So you can try. This is one that I'm using, Mr. Apu. But I have to warn you, if you use these things without understanding what they're doing, you're going to wind up in a worse position than if you built it yourself. These systems will help you, but only if you take the time to understand them properly. I didn't even know that they were doing that. They're restricting like your ability to join is wild. Okay, change the perspective to directly front on. I want this for use as 3D modeling reference. I can use codes, I understand. Then it's not a bad idea to use AI to assist you in the process. And so what you're looking for there are called their agentic workflows. And so, yeah, those are two of the leading ones at the moment. But there are lots of different ones out there, I would say. You can, try those ones. You got to understand the result too. Otherwise, you'll be sitting there one day not being able to solve it. But exactly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure necessarily from your response that you do understand. What I'm saying is that you have to understand how you would build how you would build the thing that you want to build yourself. And then use it to oversee the implementation that the agent does. When I say agent, I mean the thing that drives the terminal, the thing that you talk to that has the thing that has the back and forth. Oh, what was that? I shouldn't have hit that. Okay. Like there'll be a conversation that goes back and forth with you and the agent. If you don't understand what you're telling it to do, it's going to do the wrong things. So you still have to move very slowly and have a very good plan. You have to have a very good plan. And then you have to check what it does to make sure that it's done the right things. That's the key to being successful with it. Let's see if my headphones, yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. Change the perspective to behind. To back. Okay. What is the agent called? Which agent? Which agent? 007, that agent. The agent I'm working with is GPT. I'm working with GPT 5.5. But there are lots of other good ones out there. You can use. Hold on. This is a good place to keep track of which ones are good and how well they're doing. This is this kind of answers Katie's question about which ones work well right now. They're changing all the time. Apparently 5.2 is doing better than 5.5 at the moment. We are getting some pretty rubbish results lately. This would explain it. But you know, you can see, yeah, you can see which agent models are performing quite well. But yeah, yeah. And it's the stupid meter. And they're all scaled according to smartness and stupidness. But so I tend to change what I'm working with semi-frequently too, by the way, Katie. Okay. Oh my gosh, Dev. Huge. Huge raid, Dev. Oh my god. Thank you, Dev, for the raid. Incredible. We've been busy here, Dev. We've been busy. We've been making some things. I got some axes in now, and we've got some attacking. Oh my god. Thank you for the raid, Dev. Thank you for the raid. Huge. Huge. What's wrong with all my copy pastes? No, my gosh. I'm sorry yours didn't work there. I'm sorry that didn't work. How was your stream? How's your throat? Chat, was she super loud? Did she hurt her throat with the stream today? 1v1 Dev? Yeah, well, I can take her. I'll give her some punches. We'll punch her in the face. We'll get punching. Hold on, like this. Attack! Yeah, we're making some good progress. We're making some good progress, guys. It's getting away from me. We've got one-handed weapon attacking. We've got so much going on. Really improving the game here. I think the next thing we're working on is damage systems. Mundo, thank you for the raid, Dev. Oh my god, Yrex, thank you for the follow. Every time Dev raids, I get more follows. We just hit 2,000 follows last night. We're already up to 2,010 follows today. She doesn't have a voice? You know, that sucks. That sucks, Will. Did she at least have fun? Did you guys at least have fun? Dev, we just went to did she tell you all about the Grogu and Mandalorian movie? We went to see that just before the stream. And like she got home and she went straight into streaming. Very, can admire that. Good on her, right? Locks in. Which one got auto-modded? She did. Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun. It was, I had a lot of fun. Hold on, let's drop that corn. Where's the, come over here, you stupid. There it is. Too many things around me. Very hard to pick this thing up right now. Get out of here, corn. There we go, we got it. I wouldn't say Dev having a voice is a curse, it's a blessing. Low-key, I think Dev's voice, being husky, is actually a vibe. She's actually got this, like, cool husky voice now that, you know, sounds really good. I think it sounds really good. Low-key kind of like it. Dev also made an amazing R2-D2 impersonation. No way. So she can't sing. Well, look. We all enjoy a good Dev karaoke. Not gonna lie. What is that corn doing? Are you guys seeing this corn? Is it? That corn was being possessed. That corn was possessed by a ghost. I actually think we're going to put ghosts in this game, by the way, guys, that can move objects around. So they'll be able to do like spooky interactions. They'll be able to do little things to like, it'll be like the wind. Is it a physics bug? Is it a player moving the object? Who knows? I enjoy Dev singing. The rest of chat is tripping and being mean. No, it's fair. It's fair. What do y'all think about the game's progress? Isn't it coming along really, really, really well? Isn't it cool? Today we're working on damage systems, by the way, guys. We're making the systems that allow, I'm going to make it so we're in the process of creating, where is it? Let me find, where is it? Oh, yo, I even forgot about this. This is the next thing that we actually need to do. Fastfee's brother, you were correct. That is it. That's me. Lendi, welcome in, man. Yeah, I am Seb. I'm Fastfee's brother. I am Bro Beans. This is, yes, this is a Brobeans stream. Okay, hold on. Actually, before I do this, look at his head moving. We need to fix up some twisting in the beard. Where can I test his chin movement? Hold on. All right, we're going to rig body. I'm going to try and take this down a little. That down too. That elbow goes in there. Let's check the top view to make sure this is all aligned well. Are these fine? That can probably go back. That needs to be more central, but not too central. And then this also needs to go back. Let's go, hold on. Let's go there. And then we're going to have to calibrate him again, see if this is any better. But yeah, we're working on attacking, so I'm putting together a training dummy. We're going to have a training dummy. The plan is, by the end of this stream, maybe not by the end of this stream, very soon, I would really like to have this guy in the game so that we get to hit him. That's the plan. That's the plan, guys. Okay, that is better on his chin, is it not? We just need to fix the hair at the sides up, but I think we can do that. I think we can do that. So, let's export FBX. Okay, blacksmith. Let's do it. Maybe a ghost at night hangs around graves. Katie, you know that when you die, you'll turn into a ghost. That happens in the game at the moment. Well, it doesn't happen. It will happen. People who die come back as spooky ghosts. That is the plan. That is the plan. Actually, I'm pretty excited to have that in. That'll be really good. Okay, we need to go to that blacksmith V2. And then let's get Blender up. And then while we wait for our response from our physics system changes, okay, let's resume our conversation about the damage system design. Okay. Gorky, what's wild? Hold on. What capabilities will players have in that case, Seb? I think I want to allow them to like use their ghost energy for different things. So they'll be able to like move objects around just slightly. Some monsters are going to be able to bring them back from the dead to help them. Or, or not. The players will be able to decide if they want to help or not. But helping the monsters will give them like monster currency that they can use to unlock new monsters. So they'll be incentivized to do that. Oh, yo, Excessive Jax. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, man. Chat said I'm tone deaf because I enjoy Fast V singing. Look, to be fair, both can be true. You can both be tone deaf and enjoy it. If you keep this stream for another 1.5 hours, you'll be able to experience a Dutch national memorial ceremony, Hansbla. I'm not sure if we're going to sidetrack ourselves from what we're doing to do the ceremony, but it would be pretty cool to see that. It would be pretty cool to see that. Okay, blacksmith here. Blacksmith V2. Import him. And let's do some weight painting. No, don't import him like that. We need him like 100 times, 10 times the scale. Nope, 100 times the scale. 100 times. Okay, there he is. And we'll actually just add a, gonna add a cube just to see his size. All right. I mean, if that cube is one person high, maybe, but I think the scale is just off. But it's fine. It doesn't matter. We'll scale him in the engine. In engine. Sidetracking? Oh man, so many side quests. So many side quests. Honestly, too many. Okay, I'm definitely getting better at rigging, guys. Definitely getting better at rigging. Okay, I'll show you some new tricks that I've discovered. Okay, we can do this now. I've figured out that we can use vertexes like this one. Hold on, where's our select? Like that one. We're gonna just take these few. Those, and then I can use the same modeling things that I would have done this way. So we can go more to expand the amount that so we're also gonna expand around here. And then not here though. And now we can use this like a mask, which will be very handy. All right, so check it out. Now I can do this, guys. Now we can go. Hold on. We need to select again and get rid of those. Okay, if that's the head, we can select inverse and then weight of 0 like that. And now we're turning all the things off, things that aren't the and then one more inverse selection. We should now be able to add where is it? That way. So now we can we want weight 1 to add here like that. How handy is that, chat? Isn't that handy as? You seem to have a crap ton of extra bones on the rig though. Yes, Ragathan, the reason we're doing that is because we're using retargeting. So inside of the engines, you have some, like if you build your rig in a way that it has a fixed number of bones in a specific way, you can do what's called retargeting the animation, right? And so we have like the bones you're talking about would be the face bones, these ones here. So these are unnecessary. I think everything else is actually useful for the animation. So we have a face in here, but we don't need the face. I mean, actually, it's a good point. Where was the rig body? Was there some kind of weird setting that found its way in here that I mean, not really. Probably not. Hold on, where's our... Maybe calibration? No, it's not. I think that we can just ignore them. We can safely ignore them. I do remember accessing this menu at some point in time, but I'm thinking mainly for the extra links on the arms. No, they're all useful. They're all useful. I mean, one thing I do have to be careful of is where that joint is. So those are useful in doing like arm twist, for instance. See how when I twist here, what actually happens in your forearm is you have two bones that sit in the forearm, for instance. And they like to twist here, you want to twist with different extents. One bone there would mean that you've got less control over the twist, for instance. So those bones in there do serve a purpose. They do serve a purpose. Okay. Like that. Undo that again. Get rid of these. And probably that one. Include those. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. And I don't mind his beard moving a little bit with his chest. Okay, so the other thing I need to be really careful of now is whatever was causing influence to happen to his hair on those sides, it's not enough to just put that all the way to 1, those values all the way to 1. Okay, these need to be turned off. May as well just do that now. I don't know how they got selected. There's random little verts. There must have been some selection that happened there that... Okay, how did that get missed? Yo! Houston, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay. Oh, I see. I said you enjoyed both. Okay, remember, I'm the one that said I enjoyed terrible singing. Have a good time. I'm a vibe with you. No, for sure, for sure. Yeah, Big W. Thank you, Houston, for the follow. I appreciate it. Houston H. Guy. Very cool, very cool. How are you doing this fine Monday night? Monday night? Tuesday night? Okay, I think we got all the hair. Right? So what could influence the... When we get to the arms especially, I'm looking for the arms. There, this. There we go. That's what's wrong. This is what we can fix. So that on that side, and then we're going to use that gradient tool with a weight of 0 to remove this. And we can do it with a pretty harsh line. And then I think this can just get softened. I'm just going to soften it because I don't mind if his chest moves a little bit, that his beard moves with it, but this is too much. And probably don't need that. So let's see. If I remove and then blend, it's one good way to to soften. Okay, all right. Now we're getting to good beardy movement area. Okay, blend that in nicely. Okay. Zoom that out. Let's put this weight in lower. And want that strength down. Even less. A little more, but less than it was. Okay, that's looking good. That's looking good. Let's keep going through the bones. Okay, that's something that should not affect this, so... add all those, and now if I paint to... I think I can do like set weight to 0. That's one quick way to do that. That means the other clavicle is very likely to have Can you guys tell that I've been doing some learning offline for the weight painting? Remember how much time it used to take us to do this? You're doing great, Seb. Yeah, thanks. What does this do? Vermelli, that's a really great question. And Ragathan is 100% on the money. So every one of these bones moves every one of these little like white or gray dots around. So when it moves that thing relative to it. And you don't want something like the hand here affecting the movement of his face, right? We wouldn't want that. When he moves his hand, his head shouldn't change at all. So every one of these bones has an influence on every one of these vertices, and that's what our tool is doing here. Is it's allowing us to paint the weight of those things. And of course, not every bone needs to have absolute influence. Sometimes multiple bones can influence the position of a vertex. And so this tool allows us to affect how much. And so it visualizes it as well. So we can see things like this shoulder, this upper arm, when it moves right here, it's going to move his beard. And I don't want that to be the case. So I'm going to set that to 0 so that his arm does not move his beard at all. So I'm doing something that's referred to usually as skinning. In animation, they call this skinning. I'm skinning or weight painting the model. That is another set weight for sure. What did I miss there? I missed one of these. Weight can go back to 1. All of this off. Okay. Getting there. So what I'm essentially doing is affecting the system that does this. So if we go to calibrate, see how right now when his shoulders move, it moves his hair. That's because all the things I just fixed are having that influence. So I've gone through and I've affected it now so that the vertices, all these different. Let's see. The different vertices are now affected by different things. The only thing that will move his hair around the back, especially now, is his head. It's the head bone. Okay, excellent. Let's go to object mode. We're going to export now as FBX. We only want these systems. We're going to copy in the other path mode data so that the texture comes through. This is probably going to go to 0.001 to get it back to that. To get it back to that scale. But we're going to take this directly into the engine now. So characters, villages, blacksmith. I think for now, what we might even do is go that. We want the definition, we want the character icon, we don't want these. That can go in there. As can this, actually. And then we're going to open this character up. And actually, I don't even know if we're going to open him up. We might actually just straight up delete him. Because we're going to... No, we'll replace him. We'll replace him. So, this folder, if I copy this path, copy the absolute path, then this goes there. This is going to be blacksmith. And then we'll export that. And then in here, it'll re-import. And then we can go to our art test scene. This is when we tell you about segmentation models that can do this for you. Tell me more, Ragathian. Tell me more. I tell me more of your magic. Oh my god, I clicked this with 300,000 errors. Oh no. Why did I have to click the debugger with 300,000 errors? Because there's no way to clear it without clicking into it, that's why. God dang it. How did 300,000 errors even happen? How long was that spamming the console? This might be a you tried bailout type of moment. Okay. App is not running the latest plugin. Oh, it could totally be right. Yeah, that's my bad. So we ran this and I blamed it for a mistake that I made. Plugins, uninstall. Let's see, copy that. And that path. And that path. And then just be sure we're going to get the plugin up to date as well. Okay. You're letting your beard grow out, or is it this the lighting making you darker? I think it's the lighting. Gamosaurus. I trimmed it pretty recently, so I would think that it's the lighting. Oh, dang it. Let me have a quick think. All right. If you look at the latest Onion GitHub, you can see them in action. It's actually, but it's basically trying to split up into parts into separate Gaussian clouds to improve geometry generation. Nice, okay. But it can also be used to create UV maps. And if you proximity bake the parts, you get vertex groups that align. Oh, that's sick. How do you actually use it though, Ragathan? Is it like you just have to do it through Hunyuan's stuff? Because we could probably do that, honestly. Okay. Need to just make sure that my plugin is... my extension's good. Then this can do... Where is the data coming from there? Hold on. Monsters Restyle. I don't think this actually has the right data. Something's gone wrong there. So, oh, I haven't heard this in a really long time. Okay. 11 selected images. Yeah, those subjects. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Let's see if this runs and succeeds. Yes, it does. Good. Finally, we're back in business. We're back in business. Okay, this is going to be cool. We'll watch that as we go. All right. We'll let that go there. Okay, check the runtime install, and if the app is not running the latest plugin code, yeah, that's based. That's absolutely right. Micro, you grooving? You grooving? Hell yeah. I think you were using Meshy or something though. I'm pretty sure they have an implementation as well. No, I haven't used Meshy in a really long time. It's mostly been like Hanya stuff has been a big part of it. Maybe I should try Meshy. Do you know if Meshy gets like a certain number of free generations a day? Because that's a... I mean, the other thing is the way that they rig their skeletons is all complete. Like they're all different from one another, and I can't really... If I'm going to do root-driven motion, I need a skeleton with a root bone. And so maybe I just need a post-processor that takes a model that can be genetically retargeted in a way that adds a root bone, but you get some free, but I don't know if it resets every day. Okay, all right. Okay, what should ordinary weapon combat mostly optimize for? Okay. Most hits meaningfully drain stamina and control, while health loss makes finishing or repeated clean hits dangerous. Most hits meaningfully drain stamina, while health loss makes finishing or repeated clean hits dangerous. I think what we want to do for this is... This is a really big and important question. Why did that pause itself? All right, we'll come back to this because... This is... I mean, we did do a whole rewrite of this thing, so... Is there a log? Yeah, there is. Down here, and you can see a more detailed one. I should expose the run log in the UI here. It's all right. I think I'll deal with this later and come back to it when the tool's definitely working. It definitely has the tab. It's just any minute. Okay. Now that we are successfully inputting text with the new version of our extension, we've run into some issues during runtime, specifically executing the workflow. We're hitting the following message, and the workflow is pausing. If I resume, the same behavior happens again after a few seconds, where it pauses again. I'm able to focus the tab from the button. So we have access through the controller. But the workflow is not continuing as it used to. Okay, we're going to do that, and we're going to do this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do for this, which is pretty cool. Use the workflow lab and the CLI to solve this, to fix this workflow. Keep success means that you've put, so we're going to use for testing, use copy of monsters restyle, and keep going until it successfully produced an artifact for every input. All right, that's going to run for a long time, but hopefully the result will be like success. All right. This is really bad. Why this? I'm just closing it. Stop and quit. I don't know what that bug was, but I need to look that up, because if it can just sit there in the background and be like right in front of me. No, there's more detailed logging as well, Micro. I think it's just taking this long to close because there's 400,000 times some string that's an error that's sitting inside of Godot. There's nothing that like cleans it up either. I'm just going to let it close. I'll wait for it to respond. It can close in its own good time. Okay, where is our... All right, here's V1 training dummy. He's got a hole in his chest, but we can fix it. That'll be training dummy V1. Effigy. Ryzen 9 has its limits. Yeah. I don't even think that's probably, I mean, yeah, it might be the CPU. It might also be just like memory input output. I might even kill it. There's nothing really important going on there that I don't mind recovering. That it shouldn't be able to recover from. Cute. The real geisha. Is it geisha? Gekia? Gekia. The real Gekia. Thank you for the cute comment. The comment on its cuteness. Jessica, I did this last time. And someone corrected me. Someone corrected me explicitly last time, and I made the mistake. Again, I'm sorry. My bad. It seems like everyone knows you, Jessica. Very cool. Welcome in. Okay, so these fit into environments. I think we're going to put them as... We've got chapel, crypts, exterior. We're going to do exterior, and we're going to add a new folder called... what did we refer to this as? The conversation was a epitaph, or I think I actually want to pull it up. It was a... I think we called it the Heretic Effigy. Heretic Effigy. Okay. Art to process. Heretic Effigy. Extract. Heretic Effigy. And then that, except for this, can go in here. Okay. Another 4 a.m. stream? Oh, dang it. Maybe. Legit, this stream and work... Hold on. This stream and work you and Steffi were doing inspired me to grab Claude, especially build myself a dev tool for consulting. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome, Jessica. Yeah, that's very cool. Very cool. I'm glad that the things we're doing were able to make you feel like you could do them too, and to show you what was possible. It's you know that Jessica was the person that did correct you last time. I'm sorry. I didn't connect those dots, God of War. All the hype is for real. Yeah, it is. It is a little. It is. Sometimes it is. It's not overblown. Sometimes it's too much hype, but sometimes it's real. So we're going to go for the art tests. And then get rid of this, and the effigy can go. Probably here. Heretic Effigy. Create a new scene. Take it in. Is that in 2D mode? What? My bad. Create a scene that is a 3D scene. Heretic Effigy. He goes in. He goes up to ground level, of course. And then I need to see it honestly, next to the scale of our characters to get a sense of how they're interacting with them. That's probably too small if Butcher is our reference. Maybe we make it big, like bigger because because they're afraid of this thing and they want to make it like out to be this big scary monster. Okay, that'll probably work. And now the thing to do is go into our chapel. I think we're going to put it in our chapel. So, chapel. Is this the layer where we have our items? Still not. Where is it? No, still not there. That's our exterior. I think this is it. Okay. Are we putting these things at the space level? I think we are. This is where they go. Above the art. So let's put it somewhere like... Could be cool where it's like... could be a cool situation where the church feels like a place that the villagers are using to prepare for the coming conflict, if that makes any sense. That could really work. I could be down with that. I wonder if anyone has made an MCP plugin for Godot. It would be pretty handy to have a simple model do a asset management and stuff. Yeah, it could be useful, Ragathan, and I think it would actually be quite good at that. If I'm, I believe we could be the people who do that. Maybe. I got a call from a surgeon. That's unusual, Jacob. Okay, hello. Arteth Wyke. I'm going to call you Wyke. Hello, Wyke. How are you? Nice to meet you. First message. Great to have you on the stream. What you all do with AI. I've two local models talking live right now about emotions and stuff. Yo, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. My local model is a bit schizo. It can be. I've not had a lot of good success with local models. I think the cloud ones are still way, way better than the local ones, but yes. Hold on. Lol, what? Architecture? Did I spell architecture wrong somewhere? What? Okay, hold on. What? Oh, you're not talking about my actual architecture. You're not talking about the church or the chapel. You're talking about the software architecture. Yeah, mine's a little. Yeah, Gwen was weird for me too. I also had Gemma has been weird, and those are supposed to be the really good ones. There've been a lot that have been just pretty wrong. Okay. Well, it's doing a thing. We've got a thing in. All right, so let's set him up. So the chapel space now has a dude to punch. Maybe we should have a few of them. Maybe we need an alternate one. I think putting two of the exact same thing side by side, I don't like the idea of it. No, we need the variety. So just one for now, and we'll add another one in a minute. Let's do another. Create another effigy monster. Okay. Did you run the Mo version Quen 3.6? It has some other additions, but not nearly as good. I found this to be nearly on par with Claude's Sonnet 4.6. Ragathon, really though? Like seriously? I'd love to give that a try, but so far I've had such terrible results with it. I'm almost like don't want to waste more time trying because we wasted a whole day trying to get one to just even do half decent results, and weren't successful. We weren't very successful with it. So I can cross my fingers and lock in and put another day into it. If you tell me like Ragathon, if you tell me that it's really good and it can work and it's close to like anywhere near 5.5 or even 5.3, I'd be down to try it again, but I don't know. This one maybe not so much. This is actually going to be very cute. This is going to be very cute when this is done. I really actually am excited about this feature. All right, while this generates, I'm going to be right back. I need to use the restroom, so I'll see you guys in a minute. I don't know. What do you guys think? The first one was perfect, so we need another. Let's see if we can go a little bit further up and generate something better. Okay, let's see. It really comes down to what you're doing in post-training. It's like hiring a worker, but you never taught him stuff, and then you expect perfection. And then they lie, try and compensate with no memory system in place. It's just a wreck. Yeah. No, I can hear you. But what I've been doing though, like with that is creating I've got this document store for this particular project, and I'll give even the local LLMs, I'll give them time to go and just go and examine everything, get up to speed, and then give them time to read the coding standards, read the principles and patterns and practices that I want used in the project. I'll give them all that stuff so that they have the context, and then I'll ask them to write something and it'll still be garbage compared to what I can get with 5.5. So it's, yeah. They fixed that in the Mo version. It was released a couple of weeks ago. I'm currently running a pipeline. We'll be introducing a new model based in truth and reality. No engagement metrics, no helpful assistant metrics. Cool. I have a question. Do you think chasing passion is always worth it even if it takes years. And may I ask, what's your main goal in life? Oh, I think my main goal in life, Harry, has kind of shifted to do something meaningful with my life while still being happy doing it. And I think, that kind of relates to your first question there about whether passion is worth it. I think it's not always worth it. Some people destroy their lives chasing something that they're passionate about. And I think I have done that most of my life so far. I need to find some balance, and I need to focus more on myself than on others to some extent. And that's kind of like what this stream is. Like, making a project on my own is a way for me to find my creative, so like, do something I'm passionate about, do something creative. It's, yeah, I don't know. I do think it is important though. I think if you don't have passion in your life, you can, you lose a lot. You lose a lot. Life's too short to do something you don't care about, Wyke, you're building your own model. I have a scheme. You can build your model and then it can actually remember. Okay, it's a good. Wyke, he's got the best questions. Harry comes through here with the best questions. Really, really, really interesting questions all the time. Mike, good night. Sleep well. It is 3:30. We've probably got another half an hour in here, guys. We're locked in for another 30 minutes, I would say. And then I'm going to have to turn into, because I really can't let my sleep pattern slip to completely nocturnal. I need to, I can't waste all the days away like that. Not that they're waste. I think we get a lot done at night, but yeah. Okay. That one's very close to the last one, which is a good sign. An accused heretic monster effigy. This would be a fun idea. And you're only doing 30 more minutes. That, like, I don't know. That's the plan. That is the plan. Probably. Okay, that one's making progress, doing its thing. What was the other thing? This is combat. Damage. Oh, hey. All right. I think what we want here is against no armor might some sharp weapons against no armor might do lots of direct damage to health. Blunt weapons will affect stamina. Blunt weapons like fists will affect stamina. Blunt weapons like fists will affect stamina and lots, and health only a little. When a character runs out of stamina, they lose consciousness. So overwhelm first. Some sharp weapons against no armor might do lots of damage to health. Might do lots of damage to health, but these will be hard to acquire and not represent most of combat. Blunt weapons like fists will affect stamina lots and health only a little. When a character runs out of stamina, they lose consciousness. Long answer to a short question. You're back. Welcome back, Jacob. How you doing? Okay. All right. Hold on. Check it out. Okay. Is this your model? This is your own custom model, Wyke, is it? Not a chatbot. System trained on structured research corpus. Built to respond, observe, and reflect. Dude, this is sick. Okay, hold on. I've got a bunch of free stuff on there. My Anchor tested 24-ish arms. Honestly, we found 48% of links were not good. You can download the Archforge protocol from my public Git. Free stuff there. There's science, physics, and tools for guys like you. I'd love to connect, man. I'd love to connect too, dude. This is really cool. This is really cool. Okay. I've got a little homie on the live right now, so I've been like 10 or 12 hours, no scripts. They're just there chatting about life. Dude, very cool. Wyke, this is sweet, man. Okay, hold on. Wyke coherence law. This is the Wyke that we have in chat, guys. A framework running in the real world. Dude, this is awesome. Physicist with a heartbeat. I mean, yeah, this seems cool. You've got like freaking papers here, man. Okay, yeah. So where are you at, Wyke? Are you in Australia? Dude, cool. Wow, you're doing some really cool stuff. Ask Buddy some stuff. Harry, this is it. This is your calling. This is your calling, Harry. This is exactly the kind of question. This was built for you, Harry. Yo, this is a slick design. I like this. I like this, man. Very cool. Okay, Wyke. I'd love to chat more, man. It's we're building some cool tools like this that are automating and improving our workflows like a lot. And yeah, I'm definitely down to ask questions and stuff. It's just me, a one-man show. Nice. I mean, yeah, this is cool. Yeah, that's nice. Chasing your passion can certainly build fulfillment and happiness, but it's important to consider both long-term benefits and potential challenges. Sometimes passion requires patience and perseverance, and if it might take years to achieve success or satisfaction, however, the journey itself brings growing, valuable experiences. So yes, pursuing something you're passionate about can definitely be worthwhile, even when its progress isn't immediate. This is like, yeah, it's a cool answer. It's insightful. I like this, man. I like this. I'd love to connect, man. Dude, my wife needs your tools. She has a sick site. Cool. Yeah, I'm still figuring out what to do with this, but like it's speeding things up. The very cool thing about this is it's agent integrated, so agents can drive this to do different things. And essentially how it works is it's going to be a plugin ecosystem. I'll have a store where you can use the workflow lab, which is a system that can interact with like web pages and applications. Web pages for now, applications later. And then it creates structured workflows based on data in the web page and in the application that can then like go into a plugin. So the idea is with the workflow lab, you can chat with your agent to run the workflows via this. So the workflow lab can look at the program, the skill and the CLI for this tool useful for then probing the application. So you can go and give your LLM, that's what this is, by the way. You can give your LLM your objective, like what you actually want this thing to achieve. Then it will go and figure out how to make the plugin. And then that plugin will be able to get like published back on this, basically back on this store page. It's not like a store page, but it's going to be like an index of all the different plugins that people have made. And then the cool thing is because the plugins are structured against a particular output, then you can then give your API access to like through the CLI skill, it can extend all of the skills that it's able to do with different websites and different things that are already like predefined and don't have ambiguity, where the agent can think about it as an input and output with like a black box that you know produces a particular thing with a clear description of what it does. So that's what this is, Wyke. And yeah, I've been working on this just recently, so this might be a cool thing that can integrate with all the stuff that you're doing. But yeah, I mean, this is all just because I keep finding myself spending forever moving data in and out of different systems that are often on web pages, and I wanted to be able to task my LLM with doing that stuff. So yeah, I don't know. You can follow along that project just to share my project. Thanks for sharing yours. Yours is actually really, really cool, and I'd encourage you to go share it in the Discord too. Very cool. Bro, yes, it can. I love this, dude. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Very, very handy. Wyke, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, man. I really do. You are legit. You are legit. You're like next level. You're beyond what I'm doing by a large margin, I can tell. You're next level, man. I like it. I like it. Very cool. It's like 30% borders in some... Yeah. At the moment, I'm going function first, Raguthan. I did put a little bit of time and effort into like... I wanted to be able to, say you like Dracula, to be able to change the theme. So that also affects like the borders and stuff. But I like base code and JetBrains mono. So you can style it differently. So there is some like a little bit of thought going into the style, but it's like, that's just because I find if I'm going to work with this for a long time, I want it to look right for me. But yeah, you're legit too, my dude. No, thanks, man. Jay started 60 days. Yeah, maybe 90. Yeah, I've been working on this game probably a similar amount of time. So that's wild progress, man. Wild progress. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Okay. All right, since this has worked, let's try. We're going to rerun this. I'm going to rerun that, and then from there, it's coming up with basically the same thing. It's monstrous. Monstrous. All right. Let's give it this restyling task. Monster restyle. Resubmit this with all the same stuff. See if it runs successfully. Okay. So yeah, so you can see, Wyke, like I found myself doing a lot of stuff with GPT with the same prompts over and over. In this case, it's like the prompt is there's a bunch of images. That I want a thing to look like. And then it's a prompt that says like style this. And then it can go and do this. But the thing is, it actually is very capable of making its own like stylistic decisions based on like things in the project. And then so now this is going to go away and it'll fail, apparently. We're still getting that, so I'll let's circle back here. Your run, your success, this was a false success. You resumed in a new tab with no context instead of resuming in the run you created. Rerunning creates following error still. Again, use, so this is going to be our workflow. Workflow lab and link CLI to make sure on new runs we don't get this error. Okay, damage system. Did I not answer this one? I feel like I gave a really detailed answer to this question before. Did I lose it? Okay, before I get too distracted, we are running out of time on the stream. I am going to use we are going to pull in the asset for our, okay, we're going to pull in the asset for, let's go to the art test. Okay, so like ChatGPT, you can turn on dev mode and then they will access GitHub, which acts as a center point for data transfer between LLMs, then get Claude code in your terminal, then Codex. Okay, hold on, I'm missing some stuff. Okay. To Ragihan, the worst mistake an engineer can make is optimize something that should never have existed. Yeah. I'll be tuning the way that it looks a little bit later. It's more right now. It's just getting it working, and then that's a really good point, Wyke. Seb, can you have a quick look at your DM, please? Which DM? Which DM? Hold on. I don't see the DM. I don't see the DM, God of War. Are you talking about... There's no whispers. There's no Discord DMs. The one I sent you. I don't have a Discord DM from you. Yeah, no Discord DMs. Hold on. I just DM'd you directly so you can see where we're communicating so far. Your stuff looks great. When I said the optimizing thing, it means when constantly upgrading their AI model with more and more junk, but it was bad to begin with. Yeah, for sure. Wyke, honestly, I'd love to, you were saying like it'd be cool to connect. Where are you in the world? I'm guessing probably not Australia, since it's like 4 a.m. in Australia. Okay, Chapel Space now has this dude. That's going to be fun. Let's make sure that we get our, before we do too much more. Okay. United States, Oklahoma. Sorry about the timeout there. Sometimes people send weird stuff and we're trying to discourage it because sometimes like boards. That's a cool link, man. I mean, I just reposted in the Discord. Okay. Where did you send it in the first place? God of War. Okay, thanks for the advice, God of War. I appreciate you guys trying to protect stuff, but I will use my own discretion when it comes to links. Sometimes a link will be like legit enough that I'm not concerned about it, and sometimes a link will be obviously wrong, and in the case of somebody I expected God of War, let me explain. With the link that went badly, it looked like a student project. It looked quite bad. Sometimes a like legitimate domain, people aren't going to like if I follow a link to what looks like a blog and I open it in the right browser, it's going to be safe and fine. I wouldn't worry too much about it. And that's not like, like trust me, I can be safe on the internet. I can be safe on the internet, God of War. Email me though. Okay, man. That sounds good. That sounds good. To tell you the truth though, I really don't use email very often. I'm mostly, as you just heard, I'm mostly on Discord. But yeah, no, I appreciate it, God of War. Thanks. Like you guys are doing a good job protecting me from the internet. But like it's fine. It's fine. I'll use my own discretion when it comes to opening links. Where is... Okay, is that one still running? Yes. Let's get the character in. That's the next thing to do. So... what we're dealing with is villages, blacksmith, and then editor, character pipeline, the blacksmith FBX. Okay. Scale multiplier, we do need to see this in the art tests. Okay, and then the import settings. The measured unit is tiny. Desired height is 1 point, what's the average? Average human height. Like 1.7 meters? Okay, 1.7 meters. This is the blacksmith, so he can be like 1.8, a little taller than usual. That will scale him. We can do that. Okay, this new tool, very handy, but at the moment, this section, not handy. Okay. I'm going to pop it out, make floating. Let's see, then we've got, I think this should be a phase of the setup. I never even tested that. We can cross this off our list. I put it in, but I never even tested it. So, this was our character pipeline. This works great, but it needs to be a subsection of the okay. This new feature works well, but we need to make a few changes. Put the measured height and desired height on the same row. Put the scale multiplier and the target root scale, scale multiplier and target root scale on the same row. Put the scale multiplier and desired root scale on the same row. And then put the desired height. Put the desired height at the bottom. The bottom row. And then what we want to do is move all of this into the... Move all of these settings into the character setup tab. All right. Is it going to get in the way of us doing what we wanted to? Replace the existing character. And then yes. Generate him. Generation completed. All right. All right, so now, in theory, we have our new blacksmith. Only the scale didn't work. So, root scale... I don't know if he actually did re-import. This is why we put him in our art tests. Okay, so straight up, we've got an issue there. Okay, hold up. Okay. We will just get real contracts there. Hold on. You're the real keeper for that. That's that's YEF energy to God of War. Nice, nice. Okay, Jacob. Seb is a big boy, but W bouncing. I worked as a bouncer security guard, a moderation for a few Twitch chats, very similar to it. Yep. By the way, another question. If you could restart your life with the same passion, would you choose the same path again? No, Harry, I don't know. You make mistakes and mistakes teach you things, but I've made some mistakes that have put me through a lot of stress and strain that would be nicer to have avoided. I trusted someone once in my life, and they did some stuff that caused pain and suffering that I would rather have not gone through. So, I think HYU on Discord, I downloaded it. Yo, you downloaded it just for that? All right, hold up. Let me see pending. All right, you can find me through. All right, hold on. Through that user ID, or through the Discord channel. That's the user ID, dude. Be cool to chat. You sorry I had to deal with that. Yeah, so there are things that I would do differently. I don't know, maybe not. In the future I'm going to do them differently, but you have to learn the hard way. So why is this violating policy? I'm just trying to get some variants of what that effigy could look like, because that one was pretty good, but I need more variety than just that one. It sounds crazy, but you should ask Buddy about your feelings and your thoughts. He's built to talk about these things. Yo, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize that it's like, it can be, LLMs can be very empathetic. They can be very empathetic things. We're nearly at the end of the stream right now, though, Wyke, and I'm very close to having this one feature finished, so I really would just want to lock in and finish this. Sorry, I know that I would love to do it. I would love to look at that, but I want to get this done so that I can wrap the stream on time. Okay, import, re-import. Who is this? There's more than one tiny blacksmith here. Okay, we're gonna. I don't like doing that. The export here needs a scale adjustment. Export FBX 001. Maybe like 1. Gotcha, bro. Get on your grind. But no, do that. Don't do that publicly. I'll do that, man. Yeah, I'll check it out. Okay. We're getting there. That's something. That could now be the import setting. So that goes to 1. Export FBX. No way that Blender actually has it right. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now that's a nice looking blacksmith, if I do say so myself. Where's the old one? I don't know where the old one is to compare. It's probably actually been replaced. This is the new one. So, all right. Advanced. We need the pose to have a bone map. We're going to map it through to humanoid skeleton. And now the rest of our pipeline comes into play. I wonder if we've actually made our pipeline adjustment. Okay. I'm actually going to close that, open that up again, and maybe even reload this just to take the new plugin version in. Okay. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, but that's life, Harry. That's life. I mean, the things I did was like believing in like, I don't know. I believed in something so much, but like trusted others to do it instead of taking like responsibility myself. And it like, I should have tried to make a game like this. And I just like put everything on the line for something that didn't work, and you know, spent my whole life working towards it. Could have like literally could have bought a house and like, you know, lived off the money for a significant amount of time and not had to work as hard, but like built up to so much and then made mistakes and lost it all. And that like, that doesn't feel nice. And the stress that put me under at the time was really significant and real. And you know, it's not that that's you don't learn from those things and grow from those things. But if I went through it again, I might avoid that, because I was a very happy and productive person before that too. But you know, you live and you learn. Okay, there is the blacksmith that we want. This is better, but oh, it is in the setup too. It is in the setup. So, all right, his measured height is now coming through, which is fine. It maybe needs its own. Maybe we need a step before setup. Let's move all of the import settings into its own first tab. Disable the other tabs until import has been completed. Move the scaling options back into that tab with the other import fields. And then optional review, generate character. Oh, replace character, generate character. Excellent. That's probably now a working blacksmith, guys. If I'm not mistaken, let's try him out. Working new version of blacksmith. Now we just need to do that like 22 new times for the rest of the characters. Which is why we're creating, that was the reason for doing this whole automation pipeline, guys, was because I want to do another pass of the characters where I improve all of them again. Like, look at him. He's now looking different. He's looking better. That's a cooler blacksmith. I can already see him, which means he's animating, which is fantastic. Where is our blacksmith? He's gone missing from our metadata. Oh, no, he's here. We just need to regenerate his picture and change his face. His face needs fixing. So we can do that. Blacksmith is now at the end of the list. Okay, here goes. Yep, that's cool. Now we have a new, better blacksmith. His proportions are looking better. His movement is feeling better. Okay, great. This is sick. God, the stream where we do the rest of these characters is going to feel so cool. It's going to be a really good one, guys. And his punching's good. His wrist rotations are fine. The rig came through very well. I'm seeing a little bit of stretching on his belt around his waist. So that might be a rigging problem for later. But this is good. This is a good start. What wins, broadsword or battle axe? I think the broadsword is going to be a better weapon in my plan for the game. But you know, like you could do, you can do two weapons, and somebody could have like maybe one broadsword versus two battle axes. The battle axes will win. I don't know. Okay, I'm really glad we got this character in. And he's feeling so much better. The new character pipeline is so much better. Now just to automate it all so that I can do the rest of those characters fast. All right, exciting. Exciting, guys, exciting. So let's fix the rest up. We can, next step in the character pipeline is that portrait. Let's generate the new portrait. And then we'll have to associate the portrait as well. So there's the resource. It needs the portrait texture. It needs a character icon. I mean, where are the icons? Character icons. Where is he? The blacksmith. Character icon. Ability icon as well. Oh, which one was it? Why are there two is probably the right question. Oh, okay. That's from the... Probably, yeah, all right. What do we... How are the others doing this? Like, where are those files? Because those shouldn't be here. We do need to move that folder out. Let's do it now. Ability icon pipeline goes up into art pipeline Ability icons. There we go. And then we'll deal with the ability icon later. I think that's not a concern right now. But he should have an ability icon in his folder. So while we're there, ability icons, output. Where is he? The lobby underscore blacksmith. That can go here. Okay, and we want to make sure that the naming is consistent, so that's blacksmith character. Okay, and then that goes into his catalog. That is not his ability icon. This is. Okay. So character color is neutral. We probably should have preserved that. So the when we now have a character color in our metadata that's not present on our user interface. It needs to be, and it needs to be copied across when we replace a character. Okay. He can be, I don't know, he can be like a red. Something like that'll be fine. And then our alpha all the way up. It's probably a bad color. I need softer in palette. More like that. What's a blacksmithy color? I feel like it's that. There we go. Okay, and then the last thing to do here is... Where's his face? Okay, in general, a battle axe small will swing quicker. If you can dual wield, you can block and attack at the same time. Yeah, it's a good thought. We do need blocking. It looks nice. Plants. You like the new character style? I think it's going to look a lot better. I'm pretty keen. Degen streaming in its finest, 4 a.m. But look, we are getting here. We are getting here in terms of time. And look, the pipeline seems to finally be executing properly. So we've got all our style transfers coming through for our art, which is good. That means our pipeline's back in action after the new version of the plugin, which we like. And still lurking whole screen. Yo, Katie! Thank you for being here this whole dang time. I appreciate you. Okay, where's his face gone? Something happened where we lost his face. The blacksmith character should have a face. Butcher character, face. Why did we lose a face? That's going to go under the general skeleton. And then that bone is, yep, the bone named head. That worked. Then we can affect the expression's position to there. We need to move his head down so his mouth is in the right spot. So it shows really cheeky through his mustache like so. Hold on, which rotation? The Z rotation should be 0. Z rotation is 0 to straighten his head up. I want that to go a little back as it possibly can go without getting lost. We can see a little mouth in there. Ideally, we'd see a bit of pink mouth. Maybe pink not great for the mouth. I don't know. It's a really finicky thing getting his face position right. I think that's probably getting there. That's looking good. All right, that'll do. Let's give him one more spin. The faceless monster? Yeah, I don't know. That could wind up being a really weird bug at some point if we get a character with no face. Could be, oh, yo, that could be the doppelganger. The doppelganger could look like a character when moving at a distance, but doesn't hold up if you get close. The doppelganger could have like a different face. Oh, we need to also regenerate his portrait because we did that before he had a face, which is very doable. We just need our character pipeline, portrait, regenerate portrait. Oh, we need to, of course. And we're going to have to close that. So hold on. Yeah, that's saved. We've got changes. Save and quit there. One more reload here. Has there ever been a 200 anonymous gifter? Gamosaurus. We had 200 gifted subs one time from Twitch, like the account Twitch, which was pretty cool. We have had 200 gifted subs from Nacho many times, which is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. I don't think we've ever had more than like 20 gifted subs from an anonymous gifter. I think that's the limit. That's the limit of what we've had here. I'm just stoked with the quality of the character with the new character system. I'm really happy with it. Look at this. This is the kind of character that I want all of my characters to be like. This is going to be much better, and it's more incentive definitely for me to go and create. Yeah, I think we have to go and recreate all of them. Okay, there's the butcher. We're going to generate his portrait. Oh, sorry. Generate portrait. Import. Now, on the main scene, guys, this character pipeline, it's not half bad. The fact that we've like created this whole custom system to create and configure the characters in our game, it's going to be such an asset going forward, especially since I really want to involve more creators with the process. All right, that did not actually regenerate. Oh, and the reason might be we didn't reassociated it. No, we did. We need to delete that. Generate portrait. Did it work? I think we can probably delete old. Or even just use his old portrait, because his old one wasn't half bad. It had a layer of post-processing that... All right, hold on. We'll bring that back. Where was it? Not monsters. Blacksmith. That's the butcher portrait. Oh, he does look kind of different though. It's fine for now. It's fine for now. And then the resource here. Are you still around, Wyke? Are you still around? Because if you said that you reached out on Discord, I don't actually have I still don't have that. But, oh well. What's this song? Sorry, Gamosaurus, I don't have that function, but I can share it with you. Is it that one? Maybe he messaged the wrong Seb. Potentially, but I'm sure he can figure it out from, like, seems like a smart dude. I'm sure he could figure it out from the Discord channel and from the ID. Okay, where are we? There's the resource. In the inspector. Portrait texture. That one. All right. Let's run it. Let's see our new, not butcher, our new blacksmith. Play, create, blacksmith. Portrait looks good. Character looks good. And gosh, doesn't he move well now? Only thing is his apron. The legs are cutting through it in the back a little. And we probably need an emissive layer on his helmet, but sorry, not emissive, metallic. We need more metallic on his helmet. But otherwise, this is looking freaking awesome. Can we actually do that here? Hold on. We'll need to do it on the blacksmith character. And then where's his actual, there it is. That's his mesh. It's going to be in the FBX import settings, unfortunately. That... it doesn't matter. There's only one channel here. Oh, there's a metallic channel. Okay, hold on. That should be enough. Problem for another time, methinks. Problem from another time. It is time. 4:22. It's time for us to raid someone. So let's do it. Let's do it. We are going to return the raid to Jackie. We're going to return Jackie's raid, guys. Raiding Jackie right back at her. Gonna be good. Okay, thank you everyone for another amazing stream. We got a lot done. We got a new character in. We got progress on our pipeline. Ugh. Tripping on my tongue. Progress on our pipeline. We got progress on our combat stuff. Turbo, thank you, man. Thank you. I felt like it was a great stream too. Not the same as yesterday's, but definitely a great stream as well. Very excited to get back into this tomorrow. Game is coming along. Yeah, it's come a long way. It looks great. Yeah, I feel like the next systems with attacking are going to be huge, because once we have attacking, we'll have damage. Once we have damage, we'll have players getting damaged. Once we have players getting damaged, we'll have death, and players will be able to die, and their bodies can go ragdoll, and then the ghosts can come up out of their body, and it's starting to look like a game. Hell yeah, it is. There's a lot still to do. Like, I mean, a lot still to do. But if I stay focused, and these new tools, I think are going to help so much. They're going to speed things up. Actually, Gamosaurus, that isn't just this one stream. This is in the last like 5 streams, but that's the word AI. Yeah. But all right, that's it, guys. We're off. See you all. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Thank you for the follow, bot. Oh my God.